was gonna go do Hip to the Decks, but then I decided that maybe that wasn't a good idea before council.
All right, thank you everyone for coming to tonight's meeting, this Thursday, May 12th, the General Government and Parking Department City Council Budget Work Session. My job is easy in that I hand it over to Karen Kennard, our City Manager, to walk through a somewhat lengthy presentation. I think that given the presentation, I would only ask that we have the ability to ask questions as we go through, and then it makes it easier to bring anybody up. Obviously, we could have questions at the end, but if we could have a break for questions each time, that would be great. And I will apologize to the Boston Celtics. I thought I was doing it exactly as I did it before, but somehow my hat placement didn't work. I'll be better on Friday, I assure you.
Love it. Good evening. Thank you, Mayor, and good evening to folks watching. Good evening to the staff. It's great to see so many of our team here tonight. We're going to walk through the general government portion of the budget. And as the Mayor alluded to, and as you can see, there's quite a bit to talk about. There are 83 slides. We are mindful of time. We are looking to hit highlights and leave time for questions and answers. And so by no means do we want to rush this, but we just want to make sure we give each department the proper amount of time, and you can help us gauge that. So this will be the order of events and the order of speakers. So as you have seen in reading your budget, this is the proposed general government budget of $23.036 million, or 21.5% of the total proposed operating budget of $106,976,000. And the pie chart is split, as you can see. We've talked about fire and police on Tuesday night. We've talked about school department, and tonight is the brown wedge of the pie at 21.5%. So this pie chart speaks to allocations of that $23.036 million by department or by area, and the areas are fleshed out in the chart below by admin, general admin, finance, regulatory service, which is planning, health and inspections, our public works department, and community services. And the pie chart is about what you might expect it to be, given the way it's divvied up. Next would be an explanation of the overall increase by lines, and I'll call to your attention some of the ones that look higher than the norm or higher than what you might expect, and those speak largely to the proposed new positions that we want to mention this evening, the standing up of an information technology department, and way at the bottom, the emergency management shows an increase of 144%. It's where we're showing PPE, or personal protective equipment. So happy to spend more time on these as we go through. Also for reference for those of you following along in the large budget document, this chart is on page 115. So as mentioned in our kickoff budget conversation, there are 9 positions being sought in the general government portion of the budget, and we will speak to them by department. The Communication and Digital Services Specialist will be coming up in two more slides by me. Suzanne will speak to the 4 folks in the IT department. Peter Rice will speak to the Assistant Foreman position. Shanti Wolf will speak to the Assistant Building Inspector. Kim McNamara will speak about our request for Health Inspector, and Sean Clancy will introduce himself to those of you who haven't met him, as he is taking over for Economic Development. And the last slide that speaks in general terms about what we're looking at tonight is salary and benefits versus other operating. So you'll see salaries at the $982,000, and just want to make sure people know that does not include COLA, as none of the unions associated with the general fund have agreed to new collective bargaining agreements, so that is still in play. The total salary and benefits increase of $1.23 million speaks largely to a combination of new positions, step increases, reclassifications, and health insurance premiums. And other operating, which is the line that is up, I'm sorry, I've lost my place, it's $331,780, is is comprised of many factors, and it may be worth noting. There are things like software annual maintenance, universal waste, which are items that we have to segregate from regular waste disposal, postage, PPE, repairs, materials, maintenance, smaller increases related to the use of postage and phones and supplies and things like that. Other operating major impacts are solid and yard waste is up $107,000 or 25.6%. Welfare notably is down by $97,000, and Ellen will speak to that when it's her turn. And training and conferences and education now, as we look to come out of COVID, are up 35% due to requirements in training and the ability to send folks to training offsite. So with that, unless there are questions in the general overview, I will start with the first department, which is City Manager. Okay. City Manager's office. We normally don't have slides, but it made sense to have a slide or two tonight because we have an ask tonight. You all are familiar with the role that our office plays, and we are very proud of that role. So this is really the core functions, and you'll see a theme in how the departments present. We talk about core functions, we talk about highlights of the year and challenges or things we're trying to deal with. So here's a broad overview of core functions in the City Manager's office. And what we're looking for this year is the proposed addition of a communications and digital services specialist. And that person is really sought to augment the work of Public Information Officer Stephanie Secord, who splits her contracted time between general government and, all departments and DPW, if you will. And we need help in the communications department. We want to spread the word better. We want to have more of a two-way line of communication from and to people. And so that person will be in charge of that and really work amongst all the departments. I see that person working closely with IT. See that person working closely with everyone who has an admin role throughout the departments with our online permitting. And that person can learn from the great examples that the library provides to us with their wonderful communication, as well as our recreation group. So that person will really be spread amongst all the realms, if you will, but report up through the city manager's office. The other thing I'd like to point out is that 80% of the deputy city manager's position comes out of this budget. In past years, it's been allocated more broadly. 80% sits here, 10% comes from water, and 10% comes from sewer. So that's it for my department, and I'll take a pause here.
Any questions? Councilor Denton.
A comment and a question.
Sure.
The Communications and Digital Services Specialist, that type of position was actually created several years ago by the former city manager, and I'm simply curious if you had any discussions with him regarding recreating this type of position.
I haven't talked to John about that. That doesn't mean I wouldn't, because I'm sure he would be helpful with that. I think there was a renewed appreciation for that role, and in trying to effectively communicate, we need more resources. We need more bandwidth, and we've done a great job of providing sort of the vital services, but now we've got to get into the more next generation, if you will, ways of communicating, finding other ways to speak to people rather than the traditional ways. And we're great at some things, and I think in some things we're missing the boat and need to come up to speed with how other people are handling their communication.
Thank you.
Sure.
Councilor Bagley.
Yeah, I just want to speak in support of this position. As some people may know, communicating city facts and information is something that I do in my personal time, and it's the more information we can give to the public in easy to digest, graphs, short blurbs, instead of a 751-page budget book that comes out once a year. I think the more engagement that we're going to have. So by having a position that does this, they can take the fantastic work that our finance department does and break it down into smaller bites. As my daughter would say, she does TikTok, and that's a very small bite, or Instagram, where it's just a photo. And I think we need to evolve the communication from where we were in the past to where society is today. And if we want to engage the youth of the community in city government, which I think we all want to do, I think this is an important position.
I think we all look forward to the city manager being on TikTok.
I may already be out there. I have a 23-year-old. You'd have to look really hard.
But I also voice support for this position as much as communication. I mean, we say communication, that's certainly having people understand the efforts of the city, but also understanding the means of communication to the city and being better receptive, whether it's surveys or social media, being able to draw in the feelings of the community so that we can do our jobs at responding to that better, I think would be useful to have a dedicated person. I guess I do have a question on the type of what do you see, city manager, for the hire in this? Qualifications, what are you looking to, where is the talent pool for this, and what are you trying to tap into?
I think the talent pool would be someone who can write, who has an appreciation for not only social media, but all forms of communication. I think this person could equally be from the private sector or the public sector, and they need to be creative and push us on getting creative. And they need to have maybe some graphic design skills. I don't know that we've pigeonholed this person, but they've got to know how to write. There's also going to be a key element of political small p savviness. What's appropriate, what's not appropriate, and that's going to be a challenge, but also a good opportunity. So a lot of different skill sets in there. The good part is this person would have tons of people to work with and learn from, because we have some great staff who do this in their silos, and I hate that word silo. They do that for their own divisions, and they're happy to share their knowledge, and this person would take that and run with it, so to speak.
Thank you. Councilor Bagley.
And I know we have a lot of slides, so I'll just make one further comment. I learned from the mayor early on not to mention other municipalities when I have something negative to say, but when we were looking at the budget book, I looked at a lot of neighboring municipalities, and some of them, they have the budget up, but the slides are turned 90 degrees, so as you scroll through, you kind of have to turn your head to the left. Other towns, you have to go to the town hall to get a printed out budget book. If you haven't taken the time to go online and see how interactive our budget book, I really would encourage you to do that. It's really a tremendous asset that we have from the finance department to put this information out there, and I don't think it's appreciated as much as it should be, especially if you take the time to look at how other towns and cities much larger than ours are doing it, and how much more accessible ours is, and how much more intuitive and easy to get to the information that you want to see is. So just kind of tooting the horn of the people that put that all together for us.
And Councilor Bagley, any more questions to the city manager or tooting of any horns? Happy to. All right.
All right, with that, thank you, Mayor. We will head to Human Resources with Kelly Harper.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council, and City Manager Kennard. I'm Kelly Harper, Human Resources Director, and I'm happy to present to you the FY23 Human Resources budget. The HR department supports over 1,400 active employees between the city and school department. There are over 1,800 active on our health and dental benefits, and we also support over 600 retirees on the retiree health coverage. Some of the services we provide are in areas of recruitment, benefits administration, training, implementation of policies, risk management, and labor relations. Communication to staff was a key component to our success these last few years. Employees have enjoyed our quarterly newsletter, monthly wellness tips, and keeping them up to date on the latest protocol with COVID. Workers' compensation claims have improved with staff missing less time at work after getting vaccinated for COVID. We've also seen a drop in claims for back-related injuries and slips and falls due to what we believe is better training and safety education. Between the city and school, there are 16 different collective bargaining agreements. We are currently in negotiations with 7 out of the 10 expiring collective bargaining groups. We are continuing to evaluate and update citywide policies. We most recently updated our ethics and code of conduct policy and mandated training for all. And we recently helped the school streamline their hiring process by utilizing our Civic HR applicant tracking system we put in place on the municipal side a few years ago. Like many other organizations, the last few years have been a challenge for the department in the area of staffing. However, we have worked hard to fill positions utilizing social media to advertise, recruiting agencies when needed, and partnering with diverse platforms like Seacoast Outright to promote our jobs. The turnover rates shown include retirements and involuntary termination, but a good percentage of the turnover was from staff taking other opportunities for higher wages. We also noticed resignations during the pandemic because staff just wanted a life change. While we have always believed we are paying fair and reasonable salaries based on economic conditions and the labor market changed so quickly recently that we have been unable to keep up. We are looking forward to addressing the salary needs through negotiations and also the requested wage adjustment for fire and police. While the HR department has been able to maintain a high level of services, we have also moved forward on a lot of initiatives to bring consistency and set expectations throughout the city and school. We are also working on a great deal of cross-training to allow the department to be more efficient, and we continue to review ways to streamline practices. Our team is strong, and we are looking forward to many new initiatives in FY23. And so with that, I'm happy to take any questions, and thank you.
Thank you, Kelly. Any questions? Kelly in the HR department?
I should mention here that the staff is going to stay in case you have questions at the end that you thought, shoot, I didn't ask it at that time. So thank you very much. And we will go on to Judy Belanger and the Finance Department. Thanks, Kelly.
Thank you.
Great. Good evening, Mayor, City Council members, and members of the public. I am actually very excited to be here tonight to talk about the Finance Department. You often hear me talk about citywide financial policies, fund balance, budgeting, and financial results, but I don't often get the opportunity to speak about the functions of the finance team and how our roles interact with all of the departments, our citizens, and our business owners. Overall, finance holds the fiduciary responsibility and the accountability of the city's asset. My role as the Director of Finance Administration oversees the divisions of the finance. I also hold the role as the treasurer, and I also wear the hat as the purchasing agent. The Finance Department is made up basically of 4 major divisions. I have with me here tonight Andrew Purgle, who's the Deputy Finance Director, in charge of Finance and Accounting Division. I have Roseanne Lentz, the City Assessor. I have Nancy Bates, is actually not with us tonight, but she is the Tax Collector and Revenue Administrator. And also with us tonight is Judy Renaud. She's our Enterprise Controller, and she does a lot of work with the trustees of the trust funds. Finance as a whole must follow very strict regulations and laws established by the state of New Hampshire, the state statutes, the Department of Revenue Administration, assessing standard boards, generally accepted accounting principles, government accounting standard boards. We also follow guidelines and best practices provided by Government Finance Officers Association, or GFOA. Others that are not listed here are IRS regulations and other state and federal laws. The Finance Department is the hub of the city. We work with every department, everything that affects each department and the economy, whether it's growth, development, federal grants, awards, and so on, one way or another impacts the Finance Department. The Finance Department has about 24 staff, but we fund 22.33 full-time equivalents and 1 part-time, very talented professionals who serve our citizens and our business owners. And I'm actually very proud to work with this team. It is just such a great team. The Finance Department this year includes 1 less position than last year. Our application specialist, Cindy Chase, will be reallocated to the IT department. You'll hear about that soon, but she'll still be with us servicing the Finance Department. The assessing department's core responsibility is the annual assessment of all city properties. This team of 7 have a direct contact with servicing the citizens, business owners, developers, investors, realtors, and so on. They're out on the field, following up on building permits, measuring and listing, attending to taxpayers' questions and needs. I have a table here for our total valuation, just as a statistic here, for our tax year 21, our fiscal year 22 that we're currently in. We have 8,863 parcels, billable parcels. And out of that number of parcels, 16% make up the commercial and 84% make up our residential side. But if you look at the total value, which is currently at $6.4 billion, the commercial side makes up 42%, and 58% for residential currently. Our revenue and tax collections core function. We have 5 members of this department who work very closely with our citizens. Day in and day out through the whole COVID, they were here still processing everything that they could online. And their core function is billing and collection of all the property taxes. Each member of this staff are certified with the state of New Hampshire as municipal agents for motor vehicle registrations. And I just want to point to the chart here. We've seen an uptick in FY21 versus FY20. But still higher than the number of registrations that we've done over the last several years. We closed fiscal year 21 at 26,000 registrations. Motor vehicle registration is our second highest revenue source outside of property taxes, but second highest revenue source, which brings in about, give or take a little bit, $5 million. School tuition is the highest revenue source outside of property taxes. We also do, this division does all the collection for water sewer payments, collection of any other municipal revenues and donations, and they're also the central collection depository for all of the revenues collected, like from recreation, fire, police, school, and any of the other general government departments. And just quickly, our core functions for the accounting department. We do payroll both for the school department and the city department, and all city departments. So we do payroll start to finish. It's all done in-house. We have accounts payable for all the departments, accounts receivable, financial reporting, which I'll talk about in a little bit. Records management. This is maintaining our historic records and the restoration of our records that date back to the 1600s. We also implement and retain our record retention policy that we created and storing these documents, which has really become quite the problem for our facilities in the space that we need to store some of these documents. Finance also is in charge of purchasing. We do a number of RFPs and bids and process the contracts, working with the legal department, and the number of purchase orders that are processed through this department. Water sewer billing, we do about 8,600 water sewer bills monthly. This is really mostly done by 2 individuals. This is quite the task. And then we also do, as I mentioned earlier, assisting the trustees of trust funds with their investments in their meetings. Now, I've talked many times about our GFOA publications. This includes our annual proposed budget document, our annual comprehensive financial report, and our popular annual financial report. But what I wanted to really mention here is that these publications are completely optional. There's no requirement by law to produce these documents in the format that we produce them. Basically, what we're required to do is do the basic budget document, which would just include revenues and expenditures and a message from the city manager. And instead of the annual comprehensive financial report, we would just do basic financial reporting. And the popular annual financial report is not required at all. We produce these documents because they're very comprehensive and they go above and beyond the legal requirements, but we prepare them to educate and to inform our stakeholders of this community. Counselor Bagley gave us a good punch there with our interactive documents that we have online. We implemented this a few years ago, but each year we continually make enhancements to that because I think it's just so important. The documents are big, they're comprehensive, and they can be clumsy to handle a book, but to be able to move around is great. But also there are hard copies available in the public library in the city clerk's office if somebody doesn't have access to the internet. Some of the really good other financial functions that we do is we prepare the capital improvement plan, working with the planning department and the planning board. We also do our bond issues in the finance department. We prepare all the bond ratings, prepare the bid document, which is our official statement, and the continuing disclosure annual report. Many communities in New Hampshire use the New Hampshire Municipal Bond Bank. They use the same advisors that we do. First Southwest Financial and Lock Lord as the bond counsel. But we do a lot of the legwork here in-house. We set the tax rate with the Department of Revenue. We provide the monthly report to the council and online. And our treasury function is the oversight of all our revenues and expenditures, cash management, and most importantly, the safeguard of city funds against fraud. We have a lot of internal controls and a lot of banking products that we had implemented to protect the city's funds. Some of these highlights that I think have been great improvements that we've offered this year, we introduced our PayPal and Venmo payment methods. And then we also have like the Bitcoin payments or cryptocurrency payment methods through PayPal. We do not handle it. We do not do the transaction. It's all done by PayPal, so we don't put our hands on that. What we introduced this year is our online stores. We call them the web payment portals. The library store is where someone can go in and register for a membership or pay a library fee. And then we also have buttons online for donations, library donations, community scholarship donations, the Portsmouth, New Hampshire 400, and the skateboard park donations. A couple of things coming up that have been very exciting. I know Public Works is very excited about this. We are working in very close to adding a transfer station store. So you could go online if you have a bulky waste item that you need to either bring down or schedule for pickup. You can pay for that disposal online, print out your receipt, bring your bulky waste down to the transfer station, and then they'll scan it. And then directly following that is the credit card payment at the transfer station. So right now we don't accept cash. It's either check. A lot of people don't carry checks on them. It's credit card. They have to go inside and pay during office hours. But now we're working very closely to get those handhelds so that people can just swipe their cards right there. And that's going to be a great convenience. What are the future considerations that I wanted to point out is that there is an RSA out there that allows us to do paperless invoicing. One of the restrictions in the RSA is that it has to be approved by the governing body, but we're working with Invoice Cloud where we want to get a little bit closer to be all set up for paperless, and then we'll come back to the governing body, to the council, to see if you'll approve paperless. This will be optional, of course, to everybody. So this will be an individual who wants to do paperless, who wants to sign up, and they'll have to manage their account that way. And then my last slide here, because as there's been a lot of talk about, we are, going into a revaluation period. So I did want to point out our tax relief programs. This picture in this slide is a direct snippet of a page 94 of the budget document. Someone can get some information here. You can actually click some of these links for more information, but we offer a number of veterans tax credits, the elderly exemption and deferment programs, disabled exemptions, and alternative energy exemptions. Of course, you can always call the assessing office to get more information. They'll be very helpful and assist anyone who needs assistance.
Thank you, Judy. Any questions? Councilor Denton and Councilor Tabor and then Councilor Clark.
Thank you, Your Honor. I've received numerous complaints that the city, let's do this again, that the city is accepting cryptocurrency simply due to the amount of electricity that it requires to use. Could you just confirm what I've been telling people, that it's PayPal that's allowing us to do this? So we
Yes.
signed up for PayPal,
Yes.
and PayPal's offering it.
It's because it's so volatile too, and we do not handle it ourselves. When we get the funds from PayPal, it is cash to the city. We don't do anything. We don't deal with any of that. So
Thank you.
Councilor Tabor and then Councilor Lombardi.
Thanks, Mayor. One comment I did want to make, the longer you get to sit on the council, the more you appreciate the capital improvement process and the CIP, because as you can imagine, we have hundreds of pieces of infrastructure that need to be maintained, and we have new infrastructure to build, and this means, you hear about infrastructure in many parts of the country being neglected, and our CIP doesn't allow that to happen. It keeps it top of mind with priorities based on, our road condition evaluations and things like that. It's just a great system. And it's also held in check by our policies of how much debt we incur as a percent of operating budget. So it's a wonderful system that people may not appreciate unless they really take time to see it. The 23.3 FTEs, I was comparing that to other communities, but it helped me understand who's included. When I look at some other communities our size, they have fewer people in finance, but I don't think they include as many functions
Right.
as we do.
Right. So I've done a lot of comparison myself in that particular area to see where we fall in line. And one thing that, to do that analysis, you really have to see, compare apples to apples, right? So some finance departments have HR, some do not. Some have IT, some do not. So in a lot, some of our larger communities like Concord, they also have like little sub-budget departments, like 2 people who just work on budget all year long, which I would love to see. And so here we have assessing and tax collection, purchasing. Sometimes purchasing doesn't fall under as well, and sometimes tax collection doesn't. A lot of municipalities have elected treasurers. We don't have an elected treasurer. So yes, when comparing, you have to kind of look at those particular areas, and you have to look at the size. I mean, this budget document, we have the general fund, water, sewer, parking and transportation, but we're dealing with over 50 funds. We're in so much more in excess of what the dollars that are in here with all the federal grants and all our additional special revenue funds. So in the amount of, the debt tracking and so forth. So you also have to look at that, the size of the municipality too. And we, in a lot of, and I'm sorry to go, but we also assist the school department. So we do payroll for the school. A lot of districts, school is a completely separate animal, so.
Yeah, I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, but we've got 3 big work groups that aren't necessarily in other communities. We have the assessor's office and 4 or 5 people there, but we've also got a $6 billion tax base,
Right.
and we've got all the water and sewer and the billing for everything, basically. And then we've got tax collecting, which takes a group to get the revenue in. I think our challenge is, if we move in the direction it sounds like we're going to move with bringing IT in-house, are there ways we can streamline all of that going forward?
Well, I don't know how we could streamline. If anything, I personally think that the accounting department here could use more, help. We also do the publications that other communities don't do. We also are involved in the CIP publication, where finance is not necessarily involved in that area. There are certainly maybe different softwares we could look at, maybe to streamline some tracking and things like that, but.
Great, thanks.
Counselor Lombardi.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Well, first of all, I'd like to say I really appreciate the work you do. I think you do a fantastic job, and thank you for that. I see in the position summaries that there are a couple positions that were there last year but aren't here this year, and then there's a new position this year that weren't there. Do these represent the end of one position and the beginning of a new? I'm talking about, for example, the business administrator is no longer there, but the administrative manager, budget coordinator is. Is that a redefinition of their role?
Yes, some of these positions were reclassified. They've taken on more responsibility. And so basically the same number of staff, more responsibility, and so that's why it's shown like that.
Okay, good. I thought that might be the case, but it wasn't clear. Thank you.
Yep.
Counselor Cook.
Thank you, Your Honor. And thank you so much for the presentation from the Finance Department and for the book. Honestly, this presentation of the budget is very easy to read and understand. It's very helpful to have the budget presented in this manner to us. It's a lot easier to look at across departments, so I really appreciate that. I know that you've had at least one role that's unfilled currently. How many positions that are currently reflected in this budget aren't filled currently, and when do you anticipate filling those?
Okay. So the one that we were approved to add in last year, we still have not been able to fill that position. I'm in my third round of interviews with advertisement and interviews. The first two, we had great candidates. We were down both times. We're trying to offer somebody, and then we didn't. They wouldn't take the salary. And so I am starting round 3 next week, and I'm keeping my fingers crossed. We are one of the members in our tax office, a fairly new member, someone who's been with us for about a year. Last day is next Friday, taking an opportunity outside of the city. And we've also just filled this week a new purchasing coordinator to work with us. So it's been tough, and I really need that accounting position in here. And I'm, like I said, I'm keeping my fingers crossed for next week.
Thank you.
Counselor Bagley.
Just a quick question, and maybe this is better for the library department, but you talked about the library store, and I just want to reiterate, unless I'm wrong, that library cards are free for residents if you own property, if you have a nonprofit in town. The vast majority of people that have some attachment to Portsmouth, they can get a free library card. So there is a store available for people that are non-residents, non-property owners to get a library card, but I don't want to discourage anybody that's listening along
Right, correct.
to think that we're charging for the library.
Right, that's correct.
Okay, thank you.
No other questions? Thank you, Judy. I just had one, just to confirm the controller, enterprise accountant. We'd heard that's throughout the conversation around audit that we needed a controller. We still do
Right.
not have that, and that would be the enterprise accountant.
No, that position is filled.
Okay.
And that has been, and that's Judy Renault, and she's been here for quite some time. The position that's not filled was a controller, and to try, what was happening, we were attracting more managers and not accountants. So kind of changed the title to accountant 3.
Okay.
It's still the same responsibility, but I'm really trying to attract a numbers person and an accountant, yeah.
Great. Thank you. All right.
Thanks, Mayor. Up next will be Suzanne Woodland presenting for the information technology request.
So Suzanne Woodland, Council, as you know, I'm serving as both the Deputy City Manager and the Deputy City Attorney, which may not immediately suggest to you IT. However, probably about a year ago, my sort of occasional touch points into the IT world, which were generally with contracts and, working through a variety of some litigation holes and production of emails and, working with the various departments to provide services. My responsibilities for working with our IT services and its variety of forms and personnel jumped significantly due to a variety of factors. So with me tonight is not only Mr. Brady, who is at home, hopefully recovering soon from his illness, but also Jason Scrogg, who is with the Adam Group. That is a Portsmouth firm. They are the primary cyber incident response partner for all 550 municipalities that are covered by Primex. Jason in particular was very highly recommended, not only for his cybersecurity chops. He's at the Primex conference as we speak now, having provided the keynote address on cybersecurity as part of the conference. But he also has experience working with other agencies and entities to evolve and evaluate the IT personnel structure, if you will, to make recommendations. So I have been working with Mr. Brady, with the Adam Group, and also with Tom Lotz from the school department. He is the network, I think if I get his title right, because I always just think of him as Tom. He is the network administrator for the school department, and you may not be aware, but the school department has 2 system administrators, 1 database manager, and 3 technicians. And Tom, if you cross paths with him, you should thank him many, many times, because he has been an amazing partner over the last year in helping us look afresh at what we need from an IT evolution, if you will, and working with all of sort of a number of the touch points here, from our GIS in Public Works and our SCADA in Public Works, as well as with the fire department, police department, Daisy Lavoie down in the PD, who handles some of the IT in the PD, and Cindy Chase in our finance department, who's I've been working closely with and is prepared to come in and be part of a new IT department. So I may have a background in lawyering, but over the past year, I have spent way more time on calls with IT folks than I ever thought I would in my lifetime. So I am not alone, so to speak, here. Did Jason make it online?
Yep, Kevin has him if the group
If we need,
would
great,
like him.
thank you. So if you want to advance the slide.
Sure.
So in some ways, it was useful to follow the finance department, because when you looked at all those finance department slides, you got to see how many touch points there were for the technology that has come to make all of our operations so, frankly, more efficient and more transparent, easier for our customers, our residents, and our contractors, all of those who touch the city. They have it a little easier because they don't always have to come here in person. So the IT department does support over 480 employees across 16 facilities, workstations, phones, devices, these pieces of technology that we have here that we've so come to appreciate now that, with COVID. We operate over 48 different applications, from your basics of Microsoft and Adobe products to the OpenGov platform, which we use for the land use permitting and for land use applications. In addition, the IT department is responsible with the other members of the team across the departments to maintain security throughout the network. We have a suite of tools and employee training. As we know, it's often the weakest link. You know, that employee, if they're missing their training, who clicks on something that they should not click on. And so we've implemented over the last few years some additional training on that, which I think has served us well. Next slide. So from our perspective, the IT department empowers the public because we provide the portals, both for communication out and communication in. We've seen an increasing demand to make sure that every public meeting is broadcast or at least recorded. 5 years ago, there were a number of meetings. The smaller committees did not have that opportunity to have their meetings, easily recorded. And now you'll find they, by and large, all are. And that takes effort. It takes a producer in many cases and, putting together the information up on the website in a form where people can find it. We've recently updated our website kind of behind the scenes to Drupal 9. So that's been, Mr. Brady's had some space and time with the help that we've had from our outside team to put some attention towards the website. So that is, has improvements on the back end, which have been great. We've also made some changes on the front end to increase usability of the website. All right. And, one of the things I think you saw in the finance department slides, we're really trying to allow the public to engage with the city from wherever they are, in whatever form they prefer, whether they're on their phone or they're at their desktop, and to make that as seamless as possible. So here we have really what we like to think of as the evolution of the IT department. Adding in-house personnel to really restructure both the oversight and management and technical support functions from really what is now principally an outsourced managed services provider model and bring it in-house. That would mean we could decrease funding for our outside contract services. What do we see as the benefit of that? As I've kind of flagged, we move to more strategic network planning. So part of what's happened is we've grown pretty quickly in terms of what we've been offering across a variety of platforms. And so what we're finding is, if you are kind of piecemealing things together, particularly during the, time of COVID, and you're putting all these pieces together in, fast fashion, sometimes you need to relook and see, okay, is this really the best structure? Is it going to be resilient? Are we going to be able to get back on our feet? And really, we have some work to do, and we know that. And bringing some qualified staff in-house would make that a lot easier. Also, greater stability of service. Technical folks move around. So what we've found is that with our managed services providers, and we've had a change in December from one provider to another, there's a lot of movement in that industry. And actually what we found in the city, although we've had higher turnover than normal, most people like to work here. We have a good working environment, and that's something that we can really deliver on. We maybe can't beat the salaries out there, but we do have a great working environment, and we have some decent benefits compared to what's sometimes available, with these tech firms. From our point of view, there's also a huge increase in security. So it's less turnover. We have employees coming and going out of these managed services providers. And they're supposed to go through our whole CGIS approved, fingerprinting and background checks down in the PD before they touch our system, or at least certain parts of our system. And, it's really hard to monitor that when they've got, a suite of employees that, because they've got turnover, they're bringing in new people all the time. So from our perspective, it's also a security issue. And so what does the new structure look like? We need a chief information officer. Every other municipality in the state of New Hampshire that I've looked at has one, and we need one from my perspective. So that's why you'll see the little gold bar. That's really a new position. And we can speak more to that if you have questions. The other two really new pieces that we're looking at is 2 IT support technicians. So what we find is that if we don't have boots on the ground, people who are actually here, and with 2 technicians, we could stagger their schedules so that they could help cover on the weekends. It is very hard to get the kind of support that we need. So for example, this week, we were setting up new employees at Community Campus. That team was there. The outside managed services provider was there with their team to move equipment over. But of course, there was an issue, something, even though there'd been like 4 meetings to pre-plan this, there was an issue. Our managed services provider team couldn't get there and get boots on the ground again until Thursday. So we had 3 days where we weren't where we thought we were going to be on Monday, and we have staff there. And it's just a practical thing. If we had some basic support technicians here, like we used to, frankly, years ago, that would kind of solve a lot of our problems. The fire department has been incredibly patient as they've waited for small fixes, with their printers, for their computers to be able to talk to their printers. Right now we have 62 open help desk tickets, and we have 200 to 300 on average help desk tickets a month. And so I know it's a big ask, and so that's why I'm spending some time on this. And I've looked at Dover, Rochester, Keene. So if you look at comparables, we've got Dover, it's got 6, Rochester 6, Keene 7, and in this structure you'll see really 5 because most other municipalities don't put their producer in this box. And as the finance director indicated, we've borrowed someone from finance and asked her to come over as the software solutions director. She's a whiz. She's awesome. And Alan Brady is sort of retitled as technical director. He's responsible for a lot of the technology that you see in all the conference rooms to make these types of meetings possible. So I will stop there. I'm sorry, that's a lot.
Assistant Mayor.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thanks, Suzanne.
Thank you, Suzanne. Just a few questions.
Sure.
When we look at the outside IT services, obviously, with this proposed budget added into these positions, we see a dramatic cut. My question is, do we know what services we'd have to stay outside, and do we have an idea of a timeline of even lowering that budget and kind of where we think it will floor out at?
Right. So that's a good question, and that's part of, so one slide back, I think I flagged that we put 150,000 less in the outside contracted services, and that's really to cover the 2 IT technicians. We have some idea of what we might get for folks. So we've got a salary, range in there, but we'll have to see what happens if we're allowed to go out. So right now, that's why that drops 150. Plus, what we're expecting is we're going to have savings when we do projects. So, for example, we are moving to Microsoft 365 right now. We're under contract to move that because we are out of room from our email point of view and moving. We actually had to build into that contract more support than we would have otherwise if we'd had folks in-house who could have helped with portions of that work, but we don't have it, and we know there's a lot of hand-holding that's going to happen because of some historical choices in how email has been archived over the years and getting people moved on to that new platform. Part of it will be simple, and part of it will not be, and we had to plan for that. So we will see savings when we do projects if we have the right staff in-house. And then that managed, I think once we get a CIO in who can really look more globally, I do think we'll see other savings, maybe even in coordination of licensing. Licensing fees have gone up dramatically, principally from Microsoft. Again, when we have someone with the bandwidth to kind of look across the system, there may well be savings that we can achieve, but it takes someone who's going to have that long-term, planning and looking for those opportunities and working with the other, the Tom Launces, the Daisy Lavoie's, Bill McQuillan in the fire department. We've got a lot of thinking to do, and we need someone to help us do that.
Thank you.
Councilor Lombardi.
Thank you, Mayor. I spent the last over 25 years working in tech, and one thing I know is that there's no two networks that are alike. So when you have an outside firm coming in where they have turnover of frontline techs, they have a learning curve to come and work at your network, and you pay for that. I would say that just that in itself is a huge reason to embark on this. Also, it's just the security issue and the ability to respond to security breaches rapidly is yet another significant thing. I know there was a security breach on the web page at some point, and sorry, and it was it took some time to get it resolved. Anyway, so I would say I really support this effort, and I think it's a good direction to go for the city.
Councilor Moreau.
I'm just curious. I'm all for bringing things in-house. I mean, in my business, we do everything in-house because you have more control, you have more security, and the whole training and everything. Would it be, is it a necessity to have the 2 technicians on top of all the other positions immediately, or is this something that might be better to phase in over time so that we're not training so many people on the system at once? I'm just curious if you've thought about, 2 different approaches.
The team, and again, because I'm not alone, having worked with Jason from the Adam Group, having a lot of conversations with Tom Lotz, checking in with the other departments, and really Cindy Chase from the Finance Department, who did help desk for us years ago before her current position. Where she helps really integrate new applications and make sure they're running correctly. I think the consensus is the sooner we get help, the better. Because right now we have our current managed services provider, very professional, doing their best to respond, but again, having challenged by turnover, needing to learn the idiosyncrasies of our system and our many applications. And I don't know how many times I've had to help prioritize, when you've got 62 open tickets, someone coming in who hasn't worked here and doesn't work here regularly doesn't know, well, if Peter Rice is preparing for a snowstorm, well, the Public Works Director needs to have access to his files and his other tools to make sure that his whole crew. So it may be one person who's impacted, because that's the thing, they have like these levels of service they try and stick you into. You'll get a response within 4 hours or 6 hours or 8 hours, and it's really hard given the nature of municipal work across the departments for someone coming outside, not having a lot of experience and realizing, oh, that's the ticket that needs to get responded to right away. It's amazing how many issues we've had at the garage trying to get credit card readers to work properly. And it's back out, and then you're working with a vendor. And the vendor misses the tech person because the tech person doesn't have the right time. So we've thought about that. Consensus across the board, and I think even the department heads would tell you, as soon as we can bring folks in, and I think it's going to take a while to hire, so I think it's going to be a bit of a staggered process anyways. So that's we're ready to go.
Thank you.
Councilor Cook.
Thank you, Your Honor, and thank you, Deputy City Manager. I have a particular concern about making sure that we have everything available online to residents, that we're as transparent as possible. And so we already have a request for a communications person. How much is the IT department going to be working, this new IT department, working in conjunction with that new individual to make sure things come online faster? Say, I know right now we only have a part-time person who handles that, so.
That's part of what, sort of in my mind, putting on more the bigger management hat. When I look at the goals of this city council in terms of transparency, communication, not only out, but back in. I know I've had some wonderful conversations with our new planning director, Beverly, about some of the tools that she has used in her community, which would allow us to more accurately, if you will, target and collect people's interests. What topics do you want to be updated on? Well, that's a different piece of software. It's a different program, and I'm ready to jump on that, but there's no way we'd have bandwidth to do that right now until we can kind of take care of some of these other pieces. But there are things like that that are hanging out there, that are lingering, just for lack of not having, really bandwidth from a personnel perspective, and really wanting to make sure we get a CIO in soon so that we have someone really able to look across the departments, across the network, and help vision with management so that we have more coordinated responses and really coordination, so everything talks to each other. Yeah. And we can see those cybersecurity threats, actually. We need actually an additional level of viewing of what's happening out there. So,
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, can I just clear up a point that was brought up earlier? There was no security breach on the webpage or the website. There was a period of time, everyone recalls vividly, when the network was down over 3 days. We moved the internal file server out to the cloud because of that, but it was not a security breach. We haven't had that, fortunately, knock on wood. And I just want to, for the folks at home listening, thanks.
Thank you, City Manager. Councilor Denton.
Thank you, Your Honor. 2 questions. The first one is based on this new structure. From what you said, am I correct that the technical director and producer are current positions, essentially? The 2 IT support technicians that we're looking at bringing in will be paid for by not outsourcing. So that just means that they'll be the Chief Information Officer and the Software Solutions Director.
The Chief Information Officer is really the new ask in that sense because of the trade-off, as you pointed out, with the IT support technicians. We took a chunk out of the contracted out services, and that's roughly their 2 salaries. The producer, we've actually had producers, a number of part-time producers, but now we have under contract Kevin, who is awesome. And we'd like to keep him because it's been a lot easier to have someone kind of full-time, available, knows all of you, and is ready at a drop of a hat to help us produce a meeting, even on short notice. So it's been invaluable. So he has been here, and we want to make sure that he stays here. Yeah.
Follow-up?
Between the potential increase or IT department itself and the migration to Microsoft 365, do you foresee enough email addresses for all the new staff and then potentially for elected officials who are interested?
Moving over to Microsoft 365 will allow us to work with the mayor and the city council to see if that's the direction we want to go. Yes.
Thank you.
Councilor Bagley.
Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you. So this is actually one area of the budget that I struggled with the most because on outward appearances, it seems, one, I was kind of surprised this wasn't already in-house. And then 2, I was like, it looks like a very big ask because of the number of positions. And, that gave me pause. But the more I thought about it, the more comfortable I became with this presentation because, one, I think we all learned, or a lot of us learned over the past 2 years that being online and everything electronic has to work. And, when things go down, it causes, you can't pay your water bill or if there's a sewer backflow. If the IT component is missing, it's not possible to, even the click it and fix it's don't work. So there's so much now that information technology is essential for that. I feel that we have to bring it in-house, even though I think it's, it's a lot of positions, but I think we need to do it. So now that I've come around and I think this is a great idea, what concerns me is two things. One, how quickly do we think we have the right salaries to get people hired? And what happens during that transition period? So I know in my industry, let's say I have a customer that's used to buying their product from a vendor, and then they decide to bring that in-house, so they buy equipment to make that in-house. There's always kind of this awkward transition from being somebody's best customer to not being their customer at all, or being a much more minor customer. How is that being handled?
So we've actually had some great conversations with our current MSP, managed services provider, and they are aware that we have this ask. They're aware that we are looking for them to continue support in kind of that engineering, that what can be done remotely, or the bigger engineering pieces that, it's going to take time for us to, deal with. There's always going to be a component that we're going to outsource to some degree, given how quickly technology changes. The question is, right now we feel we're too far on the outsourced side. So there are always going to be projects. So we've had great conversations with our current managed services provider. They're aware that we're here. And I think we're pretty comfortable they're willing to help us with the transition.
Great, thank you.
Yep. And if I could, just the correction in terms of the cybersecurity thing and the website was correct. There have been, and I don't want anyone to think, we are a municipality and we are under, if you will, regular threat. And I wouldn't want to speak about particular incidents, but there have been incidents, any number of them, that our current staff and our MSP and have been handling. So we feel comfortable, but there's more we really would like to do so that we could sleep a little better. Yeah.
Councilor Baylock.
Thank you, Your Honor, and thank you very much for this presentation. I obviously, as reiterate what Councilor Bagley said, when you look at the big sticker price, obviously the residents are going to be like, whoa. I also, was surprised how much was out-house was being taken care of, out-of-house. My mother has worked for several Fortune 500 companies, and she was always saying it wasn't if we were going to get, it was when. So I understand the security, how important that is, what cost that could lead to in the long run if we didn't address that, and the risk and everything associated with that. So looking at this is really like we're spending some money to save money in the future and make things more efficient. Am I correct in that statement?
That would be absolutely correct. We are really hoping that by bringing some of these pieces in-house, that it is going to allow our staff to be more efficient, because whenever your staff is not working because the system's down or their email is down, that's a problem, and we lose that efficiency. And we really see that as a win if we can keep the system up more often. And it's mostly up, but there's more hiccups than we would like, and we think we can kind of deal with that much more effectively if we can put the right team into place. And again, to your point, when you look at the numbers, really the big ask here is the Chief Information Officer, because the Technical Director is just a retitle of Mr. Brady's position as IT Manager. The Software Solutions Director is coming over from Finance. And the producer, really, we've had in the budget for a while because we've had producers. It's just formally making it a full-time position, and there is that offset, as pointed out, in the outsourced contracting for the support positions.
Thank you.
Councilor Tabor.
I think there's a lot of opportunity here, even though it seems like a lot of cost. I know that Seacoast Media Group, we were 200 employees, and we had a lot of transactions, just as the city does. A lot of bills to go out, a lot of checks to cut, and when we were able to get the work of the transactions, entering the transactions never goes away, but when you're able to get all that information to be ported right up into the finance system, to push the bills out with one key stroke, we saw enormous gains. And, we had a number of positions we just didn't have to fill. And our old systems that didn't talk to one another, we had people working for the computer instead of the computer working for them. So my question would be, have we got an outside expert to look at this, to say where could we maximize this investment with integration of our systems? And we're sure we've got enough.
So we know we have some legacy software pieces that it would be nice to evolve past them, because it will help improve that ability for the various applications to talk to one another, and eventually take people out of some of those conversations that now have to happen because you're keying in or typing in pieces. Part of the work that a new CIO, in terms of coming in here, would do is help look at that and figure out, is this something that I need to bring in someone to help, or do I have enough tools here? Because we actually have done a lot of inventorying over the last really 9 months to a year that I've been shepherding this, understanding all the applications, literally listing them out, kind of charting a lot of this out so we could see, where are the opportunities, where are the challenges. And so it really, I think, we just need someone with bandwidth to help really then, okay, here's what we've got, what's the next step? Is it a software step? Right. Is it a get a consultant step? So.
Because I just have to think there are people out there who can look at any municipality and say, here's where your systems aren't working for you, and here's where they could be integrated to work for you.
We know where some of those are. They're on our radar.
Any other questions? I had a couple. And thank you for the presentation. I would say that on the outset, I believe that an IT department is necessary for a variety of reasons, but meeting the citizen where they are, where they want to be from a convenience standpoint, is one of the aspects of delivering services, and increasingly those services, end up in the cloud. And the cloud, guys, for folks at home, is not, we're not doing anything through rain droplets. It means not on premise. I have a dear friend who did not get a job because they had kind of failed the question of how comfortable are you with the cloud. And I said, well, I love clouds, So I understand that a lot of this can be confusing, but just the city needs to move forward in terms of engaging the consumer, and the consumer being the citizen, as well as protect the interests of the city from a long term, and create efficiencies of employees and how they do their job. Suzanne, you had mentioned that there was other cities, and they had
Yep.
6, I think is the average number that you had mentioned, or maybe.
Yep.
Do those include? Does that include school and police and fire in that number?
So most of the municipalities that I looked at, and actually Jason, who's worked with a number of the other municipalities, but my quick look around, having worked closely with Dover and Rochester, because I interact with them all the time, what you'll find is similar to what I'm proposing here, in terms of structure, in that there are still pieces within Public Works, and there are still pieces within the police department, definitely pieces within school, because in many other places the school is not a department, it's a separate administrative unit. So you'll find, various folks buried in different parts of the organization. But when you go to Dover, for example, if you go to their executive department, that's where you'll find in the little red here, the director of information, the deputy director, the IT administrator, another IT administrator, an IT tech, and another IT tech. So Dover comes up to 6 if you add it up, and that's just in their sort of city hall structure, but then they have pieces elsewhere. Rochester, they have theirs, there's Rochester. Keene, this is Keene, so they have 7. And this doesn't, as far as I can tell, I didn't do a deep dive, but doesn't look like it includes school or fire. We tend to have a few more folks on the SCADA, what we call the public works side, so the systems that talk to the wastewater treatment facilities and all the alarming and the water system. So there's a lot of communication that happens on that side. And because the city actually has a lot of infrastructure, we have 21 pump stations, 2 wastewater treatment facilities. We have, 2 water treatment facilities. So all of them have to talk and to the whole system, and they have to alarm. And so we actually have more, Portsmouth has more on the public works side of the house than probably some of the other municipalities do because of the nature of our infrastructure. And I'm sure next week when the water and sewer folks are here, they can speak more to the structure that they have on their side. But we have more needs.
So on that, and I would say I'm in agreement with the need for a CIO. In agreement with Alan continuing on in the role of technical director. We need a lot, and we're asking more probably than ever before in terms of engagement, whether it's Zoom, whether it's wanting to bring City Hall to different parts of the town, or the city. In the same respect, Kevin, it's not just because he can, cut my microphone, but I think that he does a great job producing, and there's so many times in the meeting and such a demand for our meetings to be online now that I think it's an invaluable resource, and I think the solutions software director coming from Judy's over there. I'm obviously in support of IT support technicians. I'm not yet convinced that they need to be an in-house employee, and even if it meant the same budgetary item that we would not be losing or that we would not be gaining in terms of contracted services, I feel as though the chief information officer, from everything that you've outlined, is going to be a linchpin of this organization, and I hope that she or he will make every person working in that department better. And a further hope, I would like to see more consolidation across the departments in terms of the police department, in terms of the school, because of what I think would be a longer-term effect of consolidating systems, whereas the school department's on Google Cloud, Google Apps, but we're in the City Hall going down 365. If we had the same platform, we're going to have economies of scale just because of license numbers, and so I'd like to see more consolidation around that, and I feel like it could be easier if we're contracting out with those support technicians with our existing firm instead of bringing them in-house, that we would have the opportunity to go in a different direction or potentially consolidate among departments if we did not add more employees while we're adding the chief information officer. That was more of a comment, not a question, but happy to hear any response to that, Suzanne.
Yeah. So with all due respect, having, like I said, worked for the last year with both our department heads and our technical staff inside the organization, having worked with Jason from the Adam Group, having worked with Tom Watts. I think Mr. Brady and I had a conversation, and we are absolutely of the view, and obviously the city council, will make its decision, that all of our departments would be better served right now by having some in-house staff like we used to years ago, not even that long ago, 6 or 7 years ago, when Cindy Chase, who is now an employee, when other folks from Seacoast Computers, frankly, but they used to actually staff folks here. We had much better responsiveness. I can't tell you. I'm sure if the fire chief were here, he would tell you how painful it has been not to have someone that can easily come over and get a printer driver updated and have his staff be able to print. Or, as I said, just when we have new employees come in and trying to coordinate with an outsourced person, because even when the MSP folks are willing to put someone here for a couple hours, every day or every other day, there's a lot of turnover because a lot of them just don't want to be here in the same way. There's just a different mentality. They are not as, they mean well, don't get me wrong, very professional, most of them that we've had the pleasure to work with, particularly the more recent crew. They're really great. They're very thoughtful. But they don't have the knowledge of the operation. When I have to help people, identify of the 62 outstanding items, which one is the most important or which 5 are the most important, well, that takes time away from me. And, I can tell you because I've been here long enough, that when we had folks sitting, in an office who understood how municipal government works, how where the pressure points are, who has responsibility for what, they didn't need that help prioritizing. They knew when that call came in, okay, this one can wait, this one needs attention. The other thing we could do, and this is one of the interesting things, is with 2 folks, we could stagger their schedules so that our rec department and our library department that right now really don't get the same level of service, in the sense that they're not the usual business hours. And the way that most of the MSPs work, if you want after hours work, you're either paying for it, it's only if an emergency. Well, I can tell you, when the printer or some other piece goes down in the library, their Saturdays are busy, and they would like to be able to have someone come over and help get them set up and fixed. And so that's part of what we're thinking. So it would be a little different model than we've done in the past, because it used to be very much City Hall focused, but we actually really recognize the needs of rec, or if someone's at the pool and the card reader's not working, because some of that stuff just can't be done remotely. Some of it can, and that's great when someone can sit on their couch in Florida and they remote in. The other thing we have is, from a security point of view, we limit, that outside remote work to just U.S. citizens. So we have, kind of standards. So it's not going to be someone, from outside the country touching our system. And there's reasons for that. Jason could certainly speak to that. But there are limits to what we allow for a variety of reasons. That's why, from our perspective, sort of on the ground, like I said, I think if you were to ask any of the department heads, they'll tell you they liked it a lot better when we actually had, physical bodies here who understood the needs. And a lot of our staff are not particularly tech savvy, and so it's really helpful to have someone you can call
Get me
to
back.
help.
My cell phone went off.
She is. So that's, we recognize it's ultimately, your choice, but
So is that and I don't know, is that a policy decision that we've made to onshore all of the help desk? Is that a RSA in terms of not having offshore help desk?
So because right now our email includes the police department, in the global way it's handled. Their CGIS requirements don't allow for that kind of external, outside the U.S. Touching of the system.
Okay. Would love to learn more about that. I guess
Jason can tell you a lot about that. We can.
I view this, it's $500,000 in these salaries. My concern is that the needs of the department, because the needs of the city for IT services are going to grow. I would say not exponentially, but it's going to be, the more we provide through information technology, the more that we will come to expect to provide. It will be, and the systems that we will use. I think it's somewhat of a fallacy to believe that we will have experts on the ground that are experts on every system. You had mentioned that Microsoft, you had spent more than you would have otherwise on support. That's the model that we see in business, or I see in my paying the mortgage job, that we spend more money on support rather than having folks that are trained on help desk. And I understand that there is a desire to have somebody on site that always knows and can fix that. But I would believe it would be part of the Chief Information Officer's job to make sure that we are creating a system where they know everything that's important and is able to rank those across the organization, as well as best identify the priorities of the organization, and to be able to either onshore that if it's not possible to offshore that, but to keep the support technicians. I just believe it will be very hard if we find that the Chief Information Officer comes in and has a different vision, but we already have these two employees to change we'll find that we'll end up repurposing them and instead of maybe making a decision to eliminate those positions. And so I guess I'm very supportive of the department. I have concerns and would like to see what the cost would be with this without moving forward with the IT support technicians as salaried staff, but rather continuing to extend from a consulting basis and come back in a year and speak to the CIO and what she might want to do in either hiring on-site staff or continuing with consulting arrangements for help desk.
That's certainly a choice that the City Council could make, to not fund those two positions, in which case we would be short money unless it gets put back into the contracted services line item. Like I said, I have a different, I respect your view. I have a different view. I think if you asked any department head up here what their preferences, what their experience has been of the last couple of years with not having folks here, I think you'd hear what
and
I'm
I
saying.
certainly,
That's
I respect that, and I respect what city staff has gone through. I guess where we might differ on this is that I think that we might not be equally rating the Chief Information Officer and their ability to enact change across an organization and to deal with contracting out work from a prioritization standpoint.
I think I may just have a different view of how much work that Chief Information Officer is going to have hitting the ground. And there's a lot of tasks, and certainly I think based on my experience with Judy's lovely staff member who I've co-opted, our software solutions director, who's again was help desk before she evolved into really what has just been an amazing job. working as we roll out new software programs and making sure pieces of the system talk to each other. We are ready to plug some people in, and we don't really need a CIO to do that. I think that's maybe where you and I just differ. I see such a suite of responsibilities that are pending and waiting, in terms of engineering, in terms of cybersecurity, in terms of coordination, and beginning to really, as you mentioned, and I absolutely agree, this person begins to really continue the conversations that I have started at a deeper technical level than I am able to carry them with these other departments and the other technical folks within those departments.
Okay, thanks, Suzanne. Councilor Denton.
Do you know off the top of your head if the 2 proposed IT support technicians would be eligible to join a union and become bargaining unit employees?
Right now, we're assuming that there will be non-union, yes, because of the nature of what they touch, yes.
Councilor Tabor.
You obviously done the comparisons with other towns, and I went running to other towns' budgets too, and we're asking for 6 people and 1.1 million. Dover is 6 people and 1.5 million, but they also have a whole media department for $500,000 that does all of their production. So Rochester 6, 1 million. Concord, 7 FTEs, 1.1 million. So we're sort of right in the
We are.
comparables.
We are. What I've rolled out is comparable. And again, a lot depends is where you shuffle the various and sundry other pieces, where you
Right.
put the media piece or where you put the production piece. Because some of the other municipalities have a government channel that's very standalone, so their producers are really there, and you won't see them in the IT department. So.
All right. Thank you, Suzanne.
Thank you, Suzanne. And as much as I know you want to hear from Bob Sullivan, he's not next. Up next is the city clerk, who's joining us remotely. Welcome, Kelly. Bob will be after
Good
Kelly.
evening, City Council, Mayor McEachran, and staff, and City Manager Kennard. I am Kelly Barnaby, City Clerk, and I will be presenting the City Clerk and election budgets to you this evening. I apologize I'm unable to join you in person this evening, but I am thankful to participate via Zoom. So thank you, City Manager, for that. Next slide, please. The City Clerk staff is made up of 3 individuals, myself, Valerie French, and June Filbert, and we do a wide variety of tasks for the City Clerk's office as well as the election department. Next slide. Our core functions are as follows. We create and preserve all the vital records, which are birth, marriage, and death records, as well as various contracts and agreements and other historical documents that we keep on file. We issue a wide variety of permits and licenses, anywhere from a parade permit to a license to operate as a hawker and peddler on the sidewalk to sell hot dogs. We furnish support services to the City Council, City Manager, and staff in a wide variety of measures, and we provide update local board and commission listings and New Hampshire government local leadership information for everyone to be able to refer to. We file and safeguard all of the city documents in our vault, which we now have also a storage center down in what is known as our basement area, but it is a lovely facility that has records for various departments across the city government. We assist in preparing bond council packages with the finance department, which contain council minutes and action sheets and agendas and documents that need to be true copy to test. We do voter registration, which includes new registrations, transfers, name changes, address updates, and party changes. and we maintain voter history by recording the individual voting in a specific election, as well as administer those elections, which we know are very time-consuming and very much involved. We have 2 elections that are coming up. Next slide, please. In September. September is the primary on September 13th, and then we have a state general election on November 8th. And the filing period for the state primary is June 1st through June 10th. The city clerk's office issues vital records. We issued over 5,048 vital records this past calendar year. We did 278 marriage licenses. The city council adopted 10 ordinances and 27 resolutions. I attended, as well as Valerie, for work sessions, 53 city council meetings and work sessions. And in so, we prepared 34 city council binders for iPad uploads for various city council packages. We issued over 145 licenses and permits and 2,596 dog licenses. The November election for 2021, we had 241 new registered voters. Total registered voters was 16,300, and the percentage for voter turnout was 37.4%. Present day election statistics are as follows. The city of Portsmouth currently has 16,083 registered voters, which break down as follows. Republican, 2,926. Democratic, 7,985. And undeclared, 5,172. And I think that might... Is that my last slide, City Manager?
That is. Thanks, Kelly.
Questions that you may have.
Thank you, Kelly. Any questions from the council? No. Seem to answer them all. Kelly, thank you again for the work and look forward to, spoke too soon. Councilor Cook.
Sorry, Your Honor. So clearly this budget's actually decreasing. There's a reduction in salary here. Do we anticipate any impact from that shift? I noticed that there's a shift from administrative clerk essentially to administrative assistant anticipated.
Right. The new position, the position was upgraded to administrative assistant from administrative clerk. It has more duties and responsibilities associated with it. So it will keep the 3 staff members in the city clerk's office.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Any other questions? Thank you, Kelly.
Thanks, Kelly. Take care. Up next, by popular demand, the city attorney, Bob Sullivan.
For perhaps the last time. Every municipality in America, and certainly every municipality in New Hampshire, operates in a very complicated legal environment, becoming more complicated with the passage of every day. And we have seen that here. Amongst the municipalities in the state, there's a horizon of different approaches to dealing with that situation. And they range from what is most popular in the smaller towns, of having no lawyers and simply retaining counsel when necessary for specific identified problems, to what is more popular in the cities, of having legal staffs who cover varying scope of responsibility based upon municipality to municipality. Now, if having no lawyers is one end of this horizon, Portsmouth tries to be at the other, because we try to offer a full package of legal services to all city departments, as disparate as they are. I mean, from police to schools. We have prosecutors and lawyers that specialize in special education. Really the broadest of horizons possible. The one thing that we can't cover, obviously, are areas of real specialty, bankruptcies, very, very high-level trial work, as you know, some of our bigger cases call for that. And actually in information technology, there have been areas where we sought assistance. But we keep those areas as minimal as possible, as narrowly applied as possible, and we try to do everything ourselves as much as possible. And the reason for that is really threefold. The first is just money. People that work for the city work for a lot less money than people doing the similar kind of work outside and at outside law firms. As you know, in some of our cases, we're paying as much as $600 an hour for outside lawyers, and that goes an awfully long way with a staff lawyer, more so than the outside counsel. So money's one. Number two is, by having the same lawyers represent the same departments, doing the same basic kind of work, day in, day out, week in, week out, year in, year out, our lawyers who do this work develop a superior expertise in those areas in which they work. If you are in the planning, if you're a lawyer and you're in the planning department every single day of the year, gee, after a while you kind of get to understand planning and how legal work is done in planning, and that goes through all the departments. In addition, a hard thing to measure, but in addition to getting to know planning, for example, we get to know the planners, understand personalities, work habits, how to communicate with them effectively, what's important to them, what's not important. And so we can develop working relationship with city staff that no outside lawyer who we hired from Manchester ever could, no matter how intelligent or wonderful they were. The third reason why this philosophy of trying to do everything in-house as much as possible has worked best for us is, again, kind of a subtle concept to convey. But a city lawyer is a city employee first and a lawyer second. An outside lawyer working for the city is an outside lawyer first, working for the city second. This affects the way that the person, the lawyer, looks at every different job assignment that comes in. They understand what everything means to a city and to the citizens of the city and the staff of the city in a way that somebody who you just hire by the hour just never ever could. I'm really struck by the parallels between what I'm saying right now and what Suzanne Woodland said 10 minutes ago about IT and IT staff. They really are the very same principles that I think I'm trying to convey here. So we've done it the way we've done it for a long time. It's been the philosophy during the entire time when I've been employed by the city of Portsmouth, and I was employed by the city of Portsmouth approximately since the time of the birth of Christ. And I know from all that period of time that this is what works. It works best for us. I am absolutely certain that if you ask the people seated behind me if they like doing it this way or they would prefer to be able to call Divine Millimet when they had a problem, they would all tell you that they like it the way we do it. And I'm certainly recommending, by way of a budget request this year, that we continue on the same path that we have been on. And I hope you have questions, because I really like answering questions.
As we transition to questions, if I may, Mayor, Bob provided department changes, and I want to call attention in the way that I said it to Bob when we've been talking about this, with both a happy and a heavy heart, that there will be a new city attorney, and we would love Bob to come back and transition in his role from what it is today to being of counsel in a part-time capacity. Everybody knows that Suzanne's wearing 72 hats, and one of them has not been deputy city attorney. We've been lucky to transition the part-time prosecutor to full-time, and we just hired that person today, as a matter of fact, and she should be starting within a month, which is great. And we've needed and been assisted by additional paralegal and admin services. So with that, happy to answer any questions.
Councilor Moreau.
I guess, can you just, so we are not going to refill the deputy city attorney position? Are you restructuring it so it doesn't exist, or are you just not funding it?
It's remaining vacant at this time. That's a little bit of her hat still, kind of, sort of. It could be the vision of the next city attorney to structure the department in a way that would call for a deputy city attorney. So we're not eliminating the position, we're just leaving it vacant for the time being and not funding it.
Thank you.
Councilor Bagley.
Thank you, Your Honor. Difficult to question somebody that's been around since the birth of Christ, but if I understand the city manager correctly, we're going to retain your institutional knowledge and your experience running the city as in a part-time capacity.
I have exactly one guiding principle that I'm following from here on out, which is I want to do whatever the city manager thinks is the best thing for the city.
I think that's excellent. So I just, the transition of current city attorney to, I don't know what OF council means?
Council.
All right, I was trying to, I thought it was a technical legal term, which is not an area of expertise for me. So, okay, I'm happy to hear that.
The old fairy council there. Councilor Bullock.
Thank you, Your Honor. And Bob, thank you for all your years of service. It's a long time since Christ has been around. But like you said, you've been to more city council meetings than anyone. I don't think anyone would challenge you on that. So your institutional knowledge to the city is priceless, and I want to thank you for that. Do you believe this is, obviously since we've taken office, there's been a lot on the legal department's plate. Do you believe this is the most efficient way? Is there anything else? This is the best course forward?
I absolutely believe we're doing it the best way that it can be done.
Bob, I hate to be the one to disappoint you to not have a lot of questions for you. Do you have a question?
I do
Okay.
have a question. Just clarification on some of these positions. So I see that we are eliminating a staff attorney and bumping that up to assistant city attorney. Is that just essentially promotion step?
Correct.
And then a question for the prosecutor. Is that an in-house, like Portsmouth Police prosecutor?
We've now gone from 1 4/5 prosecutors to 2 full-time prosecutors. They are both civilian employees working in the line of authority which goes to the city manager. However, they are physically located in the police department, and their essential instruction is do what the police department needs done.
Thank you. Not a hard one.
Well, city attorney, it's been a pleasure working with you in the current capacity. I will state that you gave me terrible advice. At one point in particular, it was 2 years ago, we were talking about something related to some outside litigation, and you stated that I could serve on the council for 40 years, and I'd never have something as difficult or trying as this moment in front of me. And I have to say, it's only gotten harder. So.
I apologize for that.
Thank you, Bob, and I appreciate everything the legal department does for us and helps us not do for the city. So appreciate it.
Thank you, Bob. Mayor, up next is Welfare Administrator Ellen Tully. Welcome, Ellen.
Thank you. Happy to be here. Bob's a tough act to follow.
Certainly is.
Very small department, one full-time, one part-time person, and we are in existence solely because of the RSA 165 that determines basically our job. Been there for 200 years, not me, the RSA. And we have several things that our primary tasks are, as you can see, client services. That's meeting with people, talking with them, making referrals, administering the program. We keep up with the laws. I'm on the board of directors for the New Hampshire Local Welfare Administrators, so we advocate for our clients, the residents who that we see, and we work closely with many other agencies in and around the county, basically, or the state. As I said, we work with other local service agencies. We work with Health and Human Services. We work with many Families First, anybody that really you can think of that you would maybe send somebody to for services. And I work with the city manager, of course, on the funding levels for the outside social service agencies. And I advocate for my clients as much as I possibly can. Our primary function since COVID has started has been information and referral. We have not seen many clients. Our client base and our spending is significantly decreased. And so we are referring people outside. There are many programs available right now that have a lot of Fed money that we refer people because we want to spend other people's money before we spend the money of the city of Portsmouth taxpayers. Anybody in the city who's a resident here, and even if they just stepped off the bus over on Hanover Street, if they want to apply here, they can. It's part of the law. And we are in a unique position that we can overspend our budget all day long. It's rare that it happens, but it's the part of the law. We're having a lot of trouble, as you can well imagine. It's well known what the rents are like around here. Not only are the rents high, but the availability in the state of New Hampshire is of vacancy rate is less than 1%, pretty much across the board. So we've had a lot of trouble. Families in particular are hit hard by this. You know, somebody needs to move here for a job, or somebody loses their job, and they, you know, there's just not an affordable place to move. We frequently get calls from individuals who want to move to Portsmouth because they lived here. It's a very common occurrence, and somebody says, I lived here at Pease when I was a kid, and I loved it, and I want to come back. And we tell them, this is what you need to make to live in the city, and you need to know that it's going to be a very difficult place to find someplace to live. Unfortunate, but that's, you know, the fact of the matter. And as you can see, our visits are down, you know, 85%. We used to see, you know, many hundreds of visits every year. And this year, I've probably seen less than 50 people. And I've spent around about $40,000, which is just a tiny bit of what I estimated my budget would be. it's a very hard call. Even the budget that I've put in this year, it's $100,000 less than last year, but I honestly don't know where it's going to go. Right now, there's a program in effect. It's called, the acronym is ERAP. It's Emergency Rental Assistance Program, and it's paying the rent for many, many people in this area. I mean, you can get up to 18 months of rent paid, and so we're referring to that program. So there's a lot of money that we're not spending that we normally would. And, so it's just,
Sorry.
no, it's just been a great savings to the city, but it's only temporary. I just want to let you know. We also have all these outside social service agencies that we fund. These are agencies that we work with sometimes rarely, sometimes daily. And some years ago, we decided to make the focus on things that would basically save the city money in the long run. For instance, if we fund Crossroads House more, then they'll help us get our people into shelter instead of us paying for a motel. And Waypoint has merged with Richie McFarland, and in the past I've always advocated for Richie McFarland because if you can see a child from 0 to 3 and address their special needs then when they get to kindergarten or preschool, they're going to be way ahead of the curve. And so that's a couple of reasons why we fund these agencies. And the other one little tiny thing I do is administer the water sewer discount program, which I think is completely underused in the city.
And that's it. That's all Alan has.
That's like it.
Messaging.
John? Councilor Moreau, and then Councilor Lombardi, did you have something? No.
I just wanted to say messaging about that last comment.
Well, I was going to ask you to expand more on telling us what that is and who qualifies in case we have people that ask us, then we know
Well,
to refer them to.
the qualification figures that we use are, we decided when the program was started that we would use the same numbers that LIHEAP, the Fuel Assistance Program, uses, which is, I believe, 200% of the poverty level. And, I guess Judy can tell you that people, they get noticed in their water bills, and but I just think we have very few people using it compared to who would qualify.
If I may, Ellen, could I put in a plug that if people wanted to call your office to ask if they qualify,
Yeah,
can do that?
they can call me or they can call the water, and they can get the applications mailed to them.
Okay.
And they can call us.
We've had this kind of situation going on for a very long time. We have the two billing, Maria and Nancy, who deal with the customers for water and sewer on a daily basis. And they do a good job of knowing who needs that assistance. But even with people who need that assistance, refuse it. And that's the challenge that we are facing. And we bring Ellen in, and they just don't want it.
Yeah, and it has two phases. It has people who qualify they'll get their, it's 25%, right? Yeah, 25% discount. But there's also a one-time assistance, a temporary assistance. They can get up to $300 taken off the back balance of their bill. So that's kind of what draws some people in, because they end up with this huge water bill and they don't know what to do.
Thank you.
Councilor Denton.
Thank you, Your Honor. I had asked Craig Welch a similar question when the Portsmouth Housing Authority presented, is in regards to the rental assistance from the COVID funding eventually expire. Have you given any thought, or has it been considered anywhere, possibly municipalities stepping in when that runs out?
Oh, that's what we did before, and that's what we'll do again. Yeah, and so far I've only had one person exhaust their 18 months. Some other people I know have, found other avenues to pay their rent. They've been approved for Social Security, or they've gotten into housing. But I think a lot of people are going to fall off the cliff like all at once.
Thank you.
Just to follow up on that, Ellen, are we tracking, do we have information on anybody that qualifies for the ERAP program? Or
I don't have that information.
You don't?
Rockingham and Hillsborough County, the programs administered through Southern New Hampshire Services, which covers both Rockingham and Hillsborough. But we don't have access to the information of who's qualified or how many people, say from Portsmouth, are qualified. What I can do, if I think somebody needs to apply or has applied, they tell me I can call our local community action program and they can look it up for me and tell me if somebody's qualified or how long ago they applied, so we can kind of gauge when they're going to, come into the money, have the money start coming into their landlord.
And this is is it a policy decision or a requirement that we would assist those that need it? Rental assistance.
If somebody qualifies for the rental assistance, if they've used up all their ERAP money and they come into the office and apply and qualify, then we assist.
Okay. So I guess my question from a planning standpoint, are we certain that this information is unavailable to us legally, or they don't organize it?
My belief is they don't organize it, and it's a seriously understaffed program.
Yeah.
For instance, if you apply today, if your application rises to the top in 6 weeks, you're doing well.
Okay. So I guess when we're looking at this budget and budgets to the future, if the ERAP were to, eventually go away, and you've underfunded, or you've come in below your budgets on this or last year, and potentially this year, are we setting money aside for the future in case the
Well, that's why, when I look at what my budget is now, this year, the budget year is almost over, and I've only spent $40,000.
Yeah.
A few years ago, I spent $70,000 on motels alone.
Yeah.
So it's I don't want to say it's a guessing game, but between what I've seen in the past and what I can kind of predict is going to happen in the future, that's what I base the budget on.
Okay, so that has been taken into account, but again,
Yes.
it's okay. All right, thank you, Ellen.
Certainly.
Councilor Cook.
Thank you, Your Honor. I have a question about late intervention. Do we have any monitoring programs for eviction notices, eviction proceedings that have started in court so that we can follow and maybe give people information?
Well, I have a very good relationship with the Portsmouth Housing Authority, and those people in that income level who qualify for housing, they're more often our clients. And so I will know, with talking with property managers, I can know who's in trouble, and I can kind of keep track of them. But as far as private landlords, occasionally a private landlord will call me and they'll say, I have this resident, they're 2 months behind, and, but other than that, sometimes I don't know until they've been to court and they come up and say, I'm getting locked out on Friday. Yeah.
Thank you.
Councilor Bagley.
Thank you, Your Honor. Just a request, and maybe I should have asked these questions sooner, but I looked at the budget and thought, well, this is a great department. They're requesting less money than they had the year before. There's not many questions to ask. But hearing about some of the aid that's offered and the sewer, I think it was, discount, which I had no idea even existed, I guess my request would be, and it sounds like you're already doing a really great job working with nonprofits in the community so people don't fall through the cracks,
Right.
but I guess my request is with this new communications person, the people that probably need the help of your department the most are probably the least able to figure out how to get that help. So the more outreach we can do to communities of need.
Councilor Bagley, I don't know if you want to recruit people to come into my office, but you wouldn't quite believe what the word of mouth is like
Okay.
in the city of Portsmouth. And people who either have been in the shelter or are going into the shelter or they've had contact with us, they're pretty cognizant of what we can do for them and with them.
So we feel like the word is out there where it needs
Oh,
to be.
absolutely. And because of the RSA, every single town in New Hampshire has a welfare officer. So if you've been in Manchester and you've had welfare, been in contact with the welfare there, you know that we exist here in Portsmouth as well.
Okay. Oh, that's great to hear.
Yeah.
Citizen Mayor.
Thank you. Just one question. You said in previous years, or last year's, we spent around $70,000 on motels. Clarification for some people that may not know, that's state mandated, correct? Or that we must provide?
We must provide shelter, and probably about 90% of that, at least, was spent on families waiting to get into the homeless shelter or any homeless shelter that will become available to them. It's kind of a placeholder for us until they can move on to something a little more, suitable than a motel.
I want to say, just quick comment personally, thank you for what you do for the city. As many people may know, I myself was a welfare kid, knew a lot about it. There's I think a little bit to Councillor Bagley's comment. There's, I think, a stigmatism, and I think as much as we can do to work over that hump and to really, I commend you for all the work that you've done with all the local nonprofits and really helping out people in our community.
Well, thank you very much. Yeah, and we try to make it, one of my goals in the job is if I can say no to somebody but have them leaving with a smile because I've been able to fill their needs some other way. It doesn't have to be us spending money, but because there are many ways to fill people's needs. And that's, what we aim to do.
Thank you, Ellen. Appreciate all the work.
Thanks, Ellen. Up next, we have our not-so-new-anymore Library Director, Christine Fries. Welcome, Christine.
Good evening, Mayor, Assistant Mayor, and councilors. This is very exciting. I have been in over 2 months, and I brought with me tonight my not-so-new Assistant Director, Laura Horwood Benton, who has been with the library a few months longer than I have in general in another position. I'd like to say first that we at the library see our job as being something of the heart of this community. We are very grateful to the ongoing support of this council and of the people of Portsmouth because we're able to attract, hire, and retain some very, very talented people who are very dedicated to supporting this community in a number of ways. We're also able, because of this support, to find out throughout the country new and different ways of doing things. And over the past 2 years, this has served us really well. We've been able to reach out to libraries around the country to find out how they were reacting to issues surrounding COVID, and it's been very useful. Our core services include these. In the past year, we rewrote the mission of the library, and you can see it there on our slide, to engage, educate, empower, and enrich our community through creative and dedicated service to all. Among the things that we do in here, I think you'll recognize quite a few of them, and we continue to add new things within each of these categories. So within lifelong education opportunities, giving everyone access to services and programs, we have things like LinkedIn Learning that on its own costs about $40 per month, but is free with your library card. That is business and technology training. We also have Creative Bug, which is crafts training, also free. The New York Times can be downloaded, hundreds of magazines along with ebooks and audiobooks, and that was obviously a big growth for us over the time of the pandemic when people joined the library but never came in because they were downloading everything from the safety of their own homes. We still have research services, general questions of any sort. But also, we focus enormously at our library on local history and genealogy. So we get questions from around the country on our history locally about, please help me understand my house and the history of my house, and other questions around Portsmouth. Our popular materials collection, you all remember books, magazines, we still have those. But we do also have books loaded onto Kindles. We have a lot of online systems that include things like learning a foreign language. We have other materials like games, computer games that can be checked out, along with books on CD, large print, DVDs, still popular. We do an enormous amount of programming for all ages, and our diverse formats have increased over the past 2 years, as you might imagine. We've become pretty cognizant of all the hybrids that are possible, and we've found a whole new world. I have to say, one of the silver linings of this past few years has been the number of people who found us on Zoom who could not get into the library. So some of them are from away, and they're interested in things like lectures on our lighthouses. And some of them have joined our language groups from across the country and as far away as Indonesia. But a lot of them are people in the community who, either because of COVID or other related issues, cannot physically get into our programs, and they have benefited from these hybrid formats that we've been implementing. We're still very big on early learning and reading preparation and guidance. You can still, at any age, come and ask us what you should read next. We love answering that. Many people think they're bothering us, but it's one of the best jobs, is actually helping people figure out what mystery to find next. And as always, we love community building, and we love it in community spaces. So whether we're doing it on-site, indoors, outdoors, or at the senior center, or at a local festival, we enjoy doing a lot of outreach and helping people find their community, whatever that is, within Portsmouth. So over the past year, I'll just give you a few of these highlights. The 6,000 hours of reading time done during last year's summer reading program, we hope to go over that this year. The kickoff is June 17th for this year's summer reading program. With an intrepid Eagle Scout, you may have read about our 7 little free libraries that were built around the city. In addition to those, the staff have also started stewarding and curating not only these 7 libraries, but also indoor libraries located at Gather and at Crossroads. So again, access to our collections and access to our services is one of our biggest focuses in trying to make sure that everyone can access. We've also launched Fun Stuff to Borrow, which is known by many different names, but some of our current ones have been an Oculus Quest and a GoPro camera. We also have yarn swifts and ball winders, so we have high-tech and low-tech, high-touch kinds of things that you can get. Metal detectors if you feel like going out to the beach. And we have continued our work with our task force on inclusion, diversity, and equity, which one of our staff started early on in 2020, and it has been a lifesaver for all of us, and I think has had a great impact on the way that we provide services and look at our programming throughout the city. And we continue to bring in people to talk to staff to have better understandings around all sorts of inclusion, diversity, and equity issues. We recently made significant improvements to the library catalog as well, and we've continued partnerships and have looked for some new partnerships. So our opportunities in the coming year. I think throughout our community, there's been an enormous amount of change and stress over the past several years. In-house, we have had a good number of new staff members and several new trustees join us over the past 2 years. And so our first focus is going to be around change management and kind of settling and understanding our teams better. And part of doing that is going to be our strategic plan, which is our big project for this year, in order to listen to the people of Portsmouth and understand what has changed in the past few years and what would you like us to focus on in the coming 3 years. So we're looking forward to doing that, planning in the summer, but kicking off in the fall when people are ready to come talk to us. We'll also be participating in the Portsmouth 400. Some of our staff are already participating in the creation of the book. I'll have to look at my notes for that, sorry. I want to make sure I get it right. The name of the book.
101 Objects?
Yes. History of Portsmouth in 101 Objects. Yes, thank you.
Cliff Note version.
There you go. So we also anticipate doing quite a few related programs in 2023 around the project. And we are also focusing on, while we're renewing some partnerships with the Athenaeum and with the Seacoast LGBTQ History Project, we're also looking at new partnerships, particularly among our service providers, nonprofits, and businesses, and determining how we can best partner with one another, helping local businesses, but also perhaps partnering in programming for the benefit of everyone else. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Any questions, Councilor Bagley?
Just a technical question. So I use the Overdrive app to download the ebooks, which seem to be shared throughout the state, maybe. And we have a line item for books and media. Does that include ebooks, or is that funded independently of physical books?
Books and media. Oh, that's a trick question. Books and media controls some of the purchases for that, and others come under another line for micromedia. So there's a platform of Overdrive that, as you mentioned, is a statewide platform. There's a committee that determines purchasing for it, but the library has the ability to buy additional licenses specific for Portsmouth.
And do we do that, or is that?
We do.
Okay.
We do it particularly when there's a waiting list and we want our folks to have things a little bit faster. We can buy additional licenses that are used particularly for Portsmouth users.
Great, thank you.
Yes.
Assistant Mayor.
I'm a big Libby user.
Good.
Just a line item question here. We have in postage a pretty, I would say, probably the most significant jump.
Yes.
And so just, if you wouldn't mind, just a little explanation on that.
Correct. It is actually, we did this several years ago, but I'll have to ask Laura, 5 years ago perhaps. It's for a mailing to the whole city, and it's part of the strategic plan proposal. So it's printing and postage are included in this year's. Yeah, thank you.
All right. I just had one topic, I guess. How does the library is such a great resource for, well, people of all ages. I find that it's really impactful for kids of a smaller age group that are learning how to learn, and was super excited that my daughter got her library card and was able to, everybody was really great at the library helping her do that. How are we extending the opportunities? There's certainly the learning or the free libraries throughout the city. How are we extending some of the activities throughout the city for folks that might not either have the time or the transportation to make it to the library?
Right. And this is a big question for us. Part of the strategic plan is understanding who isn't using the library and why they're not using it, because we do know that transportation is part of it, and we do have a good number of outreach programs through the schools and also through public housing. And so we try to reach some of the extremities of the city that way. Outreach is a big piece of it, but I would suggest that there are probably other ways, but we're waiting to find out why it is. Among the thoughts I've seen from other cities are schedules. So please, some families that may have 2 jobs may have trouble accessing things. And we've continued to do things like our curbside pickup. We've continued to do that, and we've found the biggest users now are people with children in car seats. Who want to be able to grab books and that are outside and not take them out.
Find out how strong an 18-month-old is trying to get back into the car seat.
Yes, exactly, right. So I think we're waiting to hear a lot from people about what it is that's impeding them. It's one of the areas that we were looking at in Tide, really, was understanding, for many library users, of longstanding, people think libraries are very welcoming places, and they're very wonderful. But we've discovered over many years in libraries that there are a number of reasons that people may not be able to use libraries. And among the things we've done recently is started to caption our online programs. We've talked about accessibility in all these different ways. You know, what does accessibility mean in the library? And among them are the hours. Frankly, but when we have terrific hours in the city, if you compare us with other libraries around the state, we're open more hours. But I'm sure there's more that we can do.
So, and I just have an ask, hopefully it doesn't cost any money, but when you are going through the strategic plan, and I see that you're going to be posting and sharing, I think that the library itself, in terms of communication, at least on some digital channels, sets an example for the city. I would like you to think of the work that's going into that strategic plan and the community engagement, and also discuss the process of which you're going through that, so that the council can better understand what goes into the public input aspect of the strategic plan. To, you know, have the strategic plan, but we'd also be, at least myself, I won't speak for everyone, but be curious of how you go about getting that information. I guess more of the appendix aspect to, you know, hopefully steal those best practices and bring it through the rest of the city.
We're always happy to share that.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Christine. Up next, joining us remotely, is Recreation Director Todd Henley. Welcome, Todd.
Thank you. Thank you, and good evening, Mayor McEachern and City Council. I apologize for having to do this remotely, but I am very happy to virtually be able to speak with you all tonight. I also want to introduce Brent Sullivan, our Senior Services Director, who is in attendance with you all tonight. I have just completed my first full year as the Recreation Director, and I am proud of the work the department has done and is doing, which I'll touch on shortly. Here I have a listing of our facilities and the major items that we manage. The department has 7 full-time staff members, along with close to 100 part-time and seasonal employees. We are extremely excited to be the managing department of the community campus, which has become the Recreation Department's home office as of this week, and continues to be a vibrant community space. This facility is an integral part of our expansion of programs for all ages, and see it as an opportunity for collaboration with the nonprofit tenants as well as other city departments. Next slide, please. Core functions and services. We have high expectations to provide the citizens of Portsmouth with the best possible programming and community events. That includes expanding the current definition of recreation to include a more diverse audience, programs, and inclusive of all ages. In the future, you will see more pre-K activities, arts and culture offerings, individual sports, new community events, and STEM-based classes and camps for the city. Our repertoire also includes extensive senior programs that provide socialization, health and wellness, and enrichment experiences, a vibrant aquatics program, affordable summer care, field and court management, passive and active recreation, and strong athletics round out our department's commitment to improving the quality of life for Portsmouth residents. Next slide, please. Our year in review. In addition to operating in a pandemic lifestyle, we've struggled to get to adequate staffing levels, leading to reduced hours at some facilities and coming up with creative ways to recruit part-time employees while the competition wages for hiring around us has increased. I'm very proud of our staff for working through these issues and being so nimble in challenging times. There are many highlights from this past year, though. The acquisition of the community campus, a huge addition for our department. This allows us to expand daily programs, have a dedicated gymnasium space, and add in new options for parents like after-school care and teen activities. We also reopened the indoor pool after a long hiatus due to COVID and some much-needed repairs. We opened new pickleball courts and a turf field that are utilized 7 days a week, almost year-round. We were able to host long-loved community events again, like the holiday parade and Easter egg hunt, and introduce a new fall Halloween family event. Our senior activities center continues to grow in members and programs offered as we continue to make Portsmouth a more age-friendly community. We are also on the verge of building one of the best skate parks in the area. Lastly, we tripled the amount of programs offered to our community this past year and more than doubled the amount of participants that utilize these programs. Next slide, please. The year ahead. The coming months look promising and exciting for us. Continued expansion of new, diverse, inclusive programming and activities throughout the city, and establishing Community Campus as our new facility and home office. Public input sessions and a final report for our recreational needs study to determine what our community is missing and what could be added or changed. Aquatic upgrades at the outdoor pool and decking upgrades at the indoor pool. New special events such as our upcoming spring family semi-formal dinner dance at the community campus. And continued collaboration with other departments such as the library and schools and local organizations such as the Historical Society and New Hampshire Theater Project. Next slide. The Recreation Department has two special revenue funds that are new to us this year, the community campus and indoor pool. Next slide, please. The campus, as you know, is a newly purchased property, and the revenue is generated from tenant lease fees and other rental fees. For example, gym rentals, field rentals, etc. The numbers generated for this budget are based on historic numbers provided by the Foundation for Seacoast Health. The indoor pool returns to the city after 12 successful years of partnership with SIP, or Save the Indoor Portsmouth Pool. Revenue is generated by swim lessons, fitness programs, memberships, and rentals. The numbers generated for this budget are based on historic numbers by SIP and the city. The Recreation Department has a very exciting future ahead, and we thank you for your support. And I welcome any questions at this time.
Todd? Any questions? Todd, I had one on the indoor pool. Can you speak to the decision to move that back under to city administration from the SIP organization?
Sure. It was more of SIP wanting to step away after this last contract that was signed. They feel like what their purpose, they completed what their purpose was, and now they feel like they're handing it back off to the city in good hands. One thing to note is that they made hundreds of thousands of dollars in capital improvements at the pool over the past 10 to 12 years. And just without, I think, that partnership, we wouldn't have the pool right now. And we are taking that back over. It's sitting in a very nice place.
And a question from the community campus, one of those, we have leases and tenant fees. Had a few questions from members of organizations out there. Will we be looking at negotiating longer-term leases with any of those tenants, or just looking to keep what we are currently, or the current year arrangements that have been provided to date?
Sure. All of the tenants, Seacoast Community School had a 5-year lease that was signed a couple of years ago, so they're through, I want to say 2024, 2025. The other tenants just signed new 2-year leases at this time, so definitely for the next 2 years, that's what the plan is. And I think I would like to see all of that continue, but I think it's up to the city to see what's going to happen there. But that's the plan moving forward right now.
Okay, and then one last question, since I get this one a lot. You stated that you're excited to build the best skate park in the Seacoast, Dover be damned. What is the update on that? And where are we? Where are we in terms of the design build or design bid build process?
Sure, and Peter might be able to talk to this a little bit more than me, but we did just sign the contract with Pillar to start the 30% design, which they should be starting that very soon. I know, I believe I saw an email this week that has said that we need to set up a meeting to kind of go through the process and the schedule of that. But that puts us on time and on schedule to have that completed so that we can put that out to bid in the fall.
Thank you. Thank you, Todd.
Thanks very much, Todd. Up next is our new
Sorry, there was a question. Councilor Tabor.
Todd, don't go anywhere.
Let's just say, Todd, maybe we should double down on the pickleball courts and have a citywide pickleball tournament, doubles tournament, with a big picnic at Four Tree Island afterwards.
All right.
I like that idea. Actually, the Recreation Board just recently approved the first pickleball tournament that will be happening. It's I think their request just went into the city manager's office. It's slated to take place this September, and so we're excited to see how that's going to work out. It's supposed to not just be singles and doubles, but also some intergenerational type of matches and some free clinics and stuff. So we're excited to see how that works out.
Great.
Thank you, Todd.
Thanks, Todd. Up next is Assistant City Manager for Economic Development, Sean Clancy. Welcome, Sean.
Thank you. Good evening, councilors. Mayor McCackman. I'm pleased to present to you the proposed Economic Development Department budget. And that's kind of new language, and I'll talk through that. Some of you may know that the budget request is now shifting to the general fund for FY23, which it has not done over the past 19 years. So, good times. As also, as some of you know, the handoff to your new steward here was very thoughtful, very methodical, and it really started in March 14th. So as of this weekend, I'll be 60 days on the job, and I feel really good about what I walked into. And as advertised, I've said this to the staff, as advertised, everyone is great to work with. So that's Nancy was true to her word. Glad to be here. So our transition to new leadership for economic development, in addition to my experience you see on this slide, I do want to point out what I've been up to for the last year and a half. Nancy had invited me to the Seacoast Economic Development Stakeholders Weekly Call, and that included all of the economic development folks from around the Seacoast, as well as all the other groups that support small businesses through COVID and afterwards. It also included folks from the state. So I've really been speaking the language and learning about economic development for the last 18 months. And I was there really as the workforce development party from Great Bay Community College. But I'll talk more about that. The other point I wanted to make is I've been engaged with the chamber here in Portsmouth for at least the last 15 years, sometimes on the board, sometimes volunteering, sometimes being a partner in the Manufacturers Roundtable that was put together with Nancy and Great Bay Community College and the chamber. And the last thing, which I think is important here, is I've really been involved in workforce development and the education pipeline to careers for the last 6 years. That really was my primary focus at Great Bay Community College, and really engaging with businesses in the Seacoast. So prior to this, I spent 30 years in the private sector. So our core functions, I'm sure you're familiar with them, but it's really to support the Economic Development Commission. That is one of my primary roles. And second, certainly, is to support business expansion and retention and attraction. So in addition to a business retention and expansion survey, which will probably launch this summer through the EDC, we're really researching and trying to address the workforce issues that are affecting our employers of all sizes. The other things on the EDC docket are looking at smart cities, and as well as we have a liaison to the Land Use Committee, because really, whether it's economic development, workforce development, housing, these things are all related, and I think the EDC wants to make sure they're dialed into any opportunities to support what we're doing here. We're going to continue to grow revenues through economic diversity and vitality, and I really do think that as much as we don't have a lot of land to offer companies to move here, we do have a lot of talent, we have a lot of creativity, and there's so that will be this, and we already have a foundation of a diverse and vital economy. it's really going to be how do we support that as we come through these last 2.5 years of kind of moving, maybe running in place a little bit. I'm going to continue to support the arts and culture initiatives as the liaison there. I don't know if you've heard this number, but the economic impact of the arts and cultures for Portsmouth, there was a study done in 2017. I pulled this from Nancy's files. It was $58 million. I think that's a significant number, and I'll talk more about what we're going to do to understand what it means now going forward. So I've been working with Great Bay and as well as UNH, Portsmouth High School, and others, all in this area of understanding. I'll just make this point. Pre-COVID, our unemployment rate was down around 2%, and I think we're back there here on the Seacoast. And what's really exacerbated the issue is the exodus from the labor force, right, which is hitting the whole country. But it just really creates a situation where employers do not have a lot of answers. And so that's where I think we're really going to have to focus on the workforce piece of economic development and get creative. And the last piece, there's an opportunity to unlock the talent and creativity needed to grow and invest in the workforce. As I think about this role, I mean, we obviously have a lot to offer here in Portsmouth. We have our barriers to bringing more people, more employees, more talent here. But I think there's ways to address that, and we have to, quite honestly. So the key components of the proposed budget, me, and then we have the continued support of the Chamber Collaborative, and that really is around tourism. It's a commitment we've made over the years to be able to get the word out, and I think the Chamber's done a great job of promoting us as a tourist destination and then supporting the tourists once they get here. Certainly as an arts and culture destination, right? We're a bit of a foodie destination these days. I'd like to think we're a craft beer destination, and I think there's more growth opportunity there. But that really is what the value of the partnership and why it is part of the budget. And then when you look at the Chamber combined with our arts and culture community, they really play a starring role in what we have to offer every day and really throughout the year, as well as gearing up to our Portsmouth 400 celebration. So this is just an incredible relationship that I've inherited, and look forward to seeing where we go in the future. And I mentioned the Business Retention and Expansion Survey. The last one was done in 2017. I believe it was done by hand, by volunteers going out and meeting with businesses. This one will be done digitally, and we look forward to really understanding what has changed in the last 5 years. I'm pretty sure there'll be some surprising issues, or maybe not surprising, but new issues. Thank you. So performance measures. I've talked about what the EDC has planned. We have 5 economic revitalization zones. Some of you probably know that. We recently expanded the West End ERZ. In speaking with the state of New Hampshire, we have very few businesses that are taking advantage of the tax incentives to be located in an ERZ. And there's 2 criteria. One is to make a capital investment, and one is to create full-time jobs. So you have to meet both of them, not one. So there's an opportunity in speaking to the folks at the state to do a bit of a road show and kind of reintroduce the value of being in our ERZ, either moving there or being there and applying for these incentives. So that's something I want to restart. The after survey is starting, or it's being planned. If people are being trained on it, that survey will run through December of 2023. So it's going to take quite a bit of time, but that's the process as I understand it. And we're getting a lot of support from folks who have done that in the past. There is a cultural plan that is on the docket with the Arts and Nonprofit Committee that is targeted to be delivered by June of 2023. So within FY 23, that will be delivered. And this is one where we are going to support those efforts once those efforts have been scoped out and clearly defined. And then there's regional issues in collaborating with the statewide and regional partners, as I mentioned earlier, whether it's workforce or housing or transportation or infrastructure. Nancy really set a good example of collaborating, and again, I've inherited those relationships and been part of them, so I think it's going to be more critical as we go forward. And the last bullet is to determine viability of a medical device consortium. That is something that Nancy put into the budget, and we do have medical device businesses here in Portsmouth. We have others in our surrounding area in the region, and the thought here is to identify what is attracting them and what do they need so that we can help them grow and potentially attract others. That's one very specific sliver of attraction. That one approach to attraction that we want to take. But we really need to understand how viable it is and what it would take to do that. So challenges, not fully identified, but we certainly, there's an opportunity to redefine this role in light of what really has changed over the last almost 3 years. And the market conditions. Are people going back to offices? Are people working from home? Are they working from anywhere? What is this economic base going to be made of? And I was pleased to see the numbers from finance and how much of that commercial development contributes. That's certainly a bar that needs to be raised whenever possible. So I will endeavor to do that. And I think things aren't going to go back to the way they were, right? We all know that. So from a business standpoint, those are the conversations I want to have with employers to understand how we can support their growth and really expansion. And the last piece is to really understand their needs. So I will say, having attended those meetings every Tuesday morning, it was really about survival. And I think what you've seen is there's employers and businesses that have transformed and will continue to transform. So what is it that we can do, or I can do, and marshal our resources to support that so that their vision of where they want to be in 3 to 5 years is something that we are supporting as best we can.
Thank you, Sean.
You're welcome.
And it's great to have you. I know your first month or so was devoted to Nancy Carmer's celebration, going away parties.
It was a lot of fun.
Certainly miss her, but excited to the work that you're already doing for the city. The assistant mayor, and then Councilor Lombardi and Councilor Cook.
Thank you, Your Honor. Just a quick question about funding. Obviously, it's very clearly stated that this was funded, this position previously was funded through some urban development grants. Have we looked at other state and federal grants to also partially fund this program?
I have not.
I would say it's fair to say we have not as well. That's not to say we couldn't look at those moving forward. I would have to give a lot of credit to Nancy and Judy for skillfully managing that old UDAG grant as long as they did. Those don't exist anymore in the way that they used to. So I wouldn't rule out future grants. I don't know if you want to add anything. Okay.
No. Well done.
Councilor Lombardi.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. First, I'd like to just acknowledge how much I've enjoyed meeting you and working with you on the EDC. It's been a pleasure, and I look forward to more. So, I guess I had one question, the budget line item, tourism high-tech partnership. And I wondered if that has to do with the medical, no.
I think that's more the tourism and the marketing and the promotion and
okay.
I'm not sure which exact one.
Well, it's $40,000.
Is that the partner?
That's the partnership.
chamber?
That's the chamber. That is tourism. It's not.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm not sure why high tech is in there.
I think that might have been an old or updated or initially used name, but we've been doing that for as long as I can remember, which really isn't as long as Judy might be able to remember, but it's been a long-standing number. It's held steady at 40,000, as I understand it.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Cook.
Thank you, Your Honor. I actually want to make more of a comment than ask a question here, because I think that it's really critical that we understand just how low this budget is for economic development. I grew up with a person who was an economic developer. My dad was an economic development director my whole life. And in most cities, an economic development department will have up to 12 employees. New Hampshire is unique in that we have such limited economic development, is what I would say. And part of that is our tax structure. My father's currently a city councilor in a town in Texas of 22,000 people, very similar in size. Their economic development budget is over $500,000. They capture that by a 0.25% sales tax. And so they have several staff members. So in some ways, it's really hard to build a new, really kind of building economic development from a position where there isn't a lot of funding. So I commend the city manager for thinking, for being forward thinking about this and knowing that we needed economic development. And I look forward to seeing where we go from here. I know it's not easy with such a low operating budget, but I have faith that you've identified kind of areas of strength for Portsmouth, and that we have a long way to go, and we will be successful.
Council, I'll just mention that this group that I've been meeting with that has really, it was a organic collaboration on the Seacoast, and so much so that the Business and Economic Affairs from the state came to this group and said, hey, we want to do this around the state. So they used the model. They gave us a new name, CEDARS, Cooperative Economic Development Regions, and they really modeled it after what this group has been doing. And really, it's really organic. I mean, we will compete, right, as different municipalities, but there's so much more to be gained by collaborating. So there are now CEDARS all around the state that are modeled off of this Seacoast Economic Development Stakeholders Group that kind of came together and really rallied through COVID in terms of pushing information out to employers and others. So it's been a lot of great work and just great attitude, and I'm thrilled to be part of it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor Bagley.
Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you, Mr. Clancy. I think you've got some big shoes to step into, and I think the work the city's done, I mean, some of it's geography, where we're located, with major highways, the Ps, the military, the Naval Yard. But a lot of it is the forward thinking of the city to invest in a resilient, diverse workforce. So we have quite a few restaurants, we have quite a few hotels, but we also have a lot of business that people don't think about. For instance, Lonza or Winway Solutions. I get to travel a lot in my other job, and when I go around to other cities, even big cities like San Diego and the gas lamp district, and the number of restaurants that closed because of COVID is, it's quite discouraging. And I go to other cities and I see industrial parks that used to be full 3 years ago, and now there's a lot of emptiness there. And I think it's underappreciated, if you don't have the chance to travel like that, how big a bullet we dodged with COVID. And I think a big reason that we were able to dodge that bullet is because we had a robust economic development outlook as a city. For a city of 22,000, we really punch above our weight when you think about the theaters that we have, the nonprofits that we have, and a lot of those are funded by the commercial entities in town. One of the things I hear a lot from residents, and when we talk about evaluations, is they don't feel commercial is pulling their weight. And I have an opinion that maybe they feel that way because it's not split 50-50. And inherently, at least to me, when I think, if somebody's pulling their weight, it's 50-50. Most cities and towns in the country, they don't have that ratio. They don't have a 50-50 ratio. They don't even have a 70-30 ratio. So our ratio is much more robust from what commercial does to support our city than I think is acknowledged. And the reason we have such a strong commercial base is because of the work that the city does to encourage that commercial base. So I think this is a very important position, and I hope that you continue to, and I'm sure you will, do the work that Nancy Carmer did for so long.
Councilor Tabor.
Thanks, Mayor. I think you raise a good question, Sean. Will people go back to offices? But we just saw, the old Cabot House building turned into a corporate headquarters. The number one reason companies locate in a particular place is that the CEO likes it.
Yeah.
There's a company called Fantas that did a big study of that. So it may be that some of our downtown space won't have a lot of office workers, but it could be attractive as corporate headquarters. Thinking of the McNabb building where he invested $7 million in underground parking to make Class A office space. That could be the kind of opportunity down the road that we could be corporate headquarters for biotech companies, for medical device companies, any of those.
Yeah, the quality of place is here. We have so much to offer. I just think it's a question of unlocking what do those CEOs or what do those organizations want and need, and what can we provide, and how quickly can we provide it?
Yeah, and how do we reach them?
And how does that support the city, not just the employer? Right, it's the balance, and that's what I'm learning.
Thank you, Sean. Just one comment or a couple. You mentioned the great presentation, and it's difficult shoes to fill, but I'm sure that you're going to chart your own course. And and Portsmouth, out of COVID, is different in a lot of ways. So helping take advantage of that would be something that would really like to see as a council. I think it was Salesforce is a computer software company. They're no longer hiring on cities, they're hiring on time zones. And so when people are dislocated from having to be in that same office, I think there's a lot that we don't know, and I wouldn't sit here and try to predict, but I'd like to try to get ahead of whatever that future is going to be, and try to understand that as best we can from an economic development standpoint. I think we're not. I'm glad that Councilor Cook wasn't highlighting the job that you can do down in Texas in the winter, or you might have, we're coming into our 3 months here, but understanding and leveraging, as you already are, the EDC and all of those folks that live in Portsmouth that want to give back in a way, making sure that we're leveraging them as best we can. And then something, I think Beverly is going to speak next, but when Pease shut down, the whole PDA was set up in a way that made sure that we weren't going to lose businesses from the downtown that to go out there. So as they think about, and that's why they created such large, buildable lots out there of 5 acres and 10 acres. As they think about that, I would love to understand from an EDC, from an economic development standpoint, what are some of the barriers for some of our smaller businesses to compete downtown, and what can we do from a planning perspective to help those, somebody that might not need all of the office space, that's in a commercial building, but wants to get started with a smaller unit, thinking about how we can kind of keep the lifeblood of the downtown vibrant, and all of the small businesses that want to start there, that might not need kind of the zoning that we currently have. So that was, again, just a lot of comments, but appreciate the work that you're going to continue to do, and really glad to have you working on behalf of the city. Thank you.
Thanks, Sean. And you are right, Mayor. Up next is our not-so-new and wonderful Planning Director, Beverly Mesa Zent.
I got this schedule here, this agenda. so it's easy.
So, good evening, Mayor and Council. I'm here to review the budget proposal for the Planning Department. I'd like to just start with the Planning Department core functions. Many of these you're familiar with. Community planning, which includes long-range planning, typically characterized by master plan updates, but also small area plans like the North End Vision Plan. Land use management and development review. This line of business, I would say, is the primary work of our department and probably accounts for 90% of our time. Includes management and support of land use regulatory boards, including the Planning Board, Conservation Commission, the Zoning Board of Adjustment, and the Historic District Commission. Transportation planning, which includes coordination with the Rockingham Planning Commission and development and implementation of plans like the 2014 Bike Ped Plan, and grant writing to support these efforts. Environmental planning, and Peter Britz is joining us this evening to answer any questions should you have about projects and functions related to environmental planning, which would include several things, but specifically open space plan implementation, coordinating support for management of the Coakley Landfill Superfund site, and then the upcoming climate action plan, which I know is on many of your minds as a high priority for the city. And then finally, we really hope to amp up public involvement through the use of public involvement plans and strategies that reach hard-to-reach community members, folks who are not historically engaged, and those most impacted by decision-making. And we're really beginning with a public involvement plan for our Phase 2 regulatory updates related to ADUs, which will be providing a summary of what we hear from the community through stakeholder meetings and focus group meetings. Just to talk a little bit about where we are, some highlights. We have a table here that depicts the land use applications that have been processed from 20 to 22. This is related to the fiscal year. City continues to experience fast-paced growth and development. While applications to the Historic District Commission are somewhat less this fiscal year, the Planning Board and Board of Adjustment are tracking pretty consistently with past intake. And as an example, I know we had 18 applications to the Board of Adjustment in May and have had to split agendas for several months in a row now. Our notices are a good barometer of the activity that we're experiencing in terms of applications, and we're averaging approximately 1,400 butter notices per month. So that's quite a big effort, and a nod to our administrative staff who gets those out with consistency and on time, and it's a big lift, including and that also includes our published notices that go out. Lastly, we'd like to we continue as a jurisdiction to approve housing units at a robust pace. We are already this year at about 150 approval. We've approved 150 housing units for 2022. You can see the table in the lower right-hand corner. I'm not sure if that's entirely visible. It indicates that we've had about 150, and we're only halfway through the year. That table is an annualized table. We expect to have over 600 for an entire year, as we are only in the second quarter of this year. This doesn't include small subdivisions or ADUs, and we are seeing quite a bit of surge in both of those applications as well. In 2023, we are undertaking quite a few projects that are of interest to the council, including as the aforementioned climate action plan, which will support next fiscal year with the development of an RFP, consultant selection, and will begin the critical task of public involvement, which will inform that plan and will continue through the implementation phases of that plan. We're working closely with the Land Use Committee to implement regulatory updates related to housing as the first batch of amendments. And we, as I mentioned earlier, will begin public outreach for ADU regulations this month. We're hoping to reissue an RFP for consultant support for the Market Square improvements, essentially the master plan for that area. This will include a review of public infrastructure and recommended improvements that serve the community vision for that area. And we are continuing as a team to identify process improvements with the goal to ensure that each staff member fully understands the processes that they are in place to support, and memorializing lessons learned with SOPs and flow charts tied to job descriptions, so that we're able to keep that collective knowledge going even through transitions, staff transition. And we continue to support outdoor dining, helping to stand up that important program for the community, and we'll be working with abutters, restaurant owners, staff, to bring the end-of-the-year report with some recommendations for permanent regulations to support outdoor dining, and summarizing how the new policies were implemented and how we utilize those policies as we stood up the program for this year. And that is what I have. I'd be glad to answer any questions that you have.
Thank you, Beverly. Any questions? Councillor Bagley and Councillor Denton?
So great to hear. Thank you for your presentation, and thank you, Your Honor. Great to hear about the ADU surge in applications. Do you have like numbers? Like, are we talking about like we went from 2 to 4, or?
So I know that we have. Actually, I do have a number.
I think we have 23 or 20 something.
We have. I know that we have approved. I thought we had approved. We have another 25 units of each type over the next course of the year. I knew that we had approved, I think, 17. It was in one of my prior presentations. I think since I've been here, I've seen about 5. So we are almost regularly on the planning board agenda having an ADU conversation, either garden cottage, detached ADU. We have one coming up this week. I think we had 2 last week. So we are seeing a lot of interest in those, and we will be working to. We really get it's been really rich information for me to understand where the barriers are. We'll be interviewing some of the applicants as part of our focus group discussions to really kind of understand where what their experience was, and really try and capture some of the lessons learned. We are seeing a lot of, I'd say, regular appearances in terms of what types of relief they're seeking, and that will really inform those changes that we're going to bring forward as part of the update process.
Great. Thanks. And Your Honor, I have a second question. The Market Square improvements, and I may have my details wrong, but I thought we kind of had an idea what to do. We were going to do it. COVID hit, so we hit the brakes wisely. Since COVID's hit, it's really kind of changed the dynamics of the downtown with outdoor dining and everything else. Is there going to be public input on what to do for Market Square, or did we just kind of pause it and then we're going to restart with the original plan?
So I spoke with Nick Cracknell about this project, and he indicated that we had hired a consultant, but there had been some changes in that consultant team, and so that we anticipate redoing the RFP to bring that project forward. And I know there's been funding set aside. We're hoping to launch that again, and that'll help to, I guess, crystallize the vision for Market Square, and it should inform future infrastructure investments down there as we start to understand what the needs are and what the community visualizes for that area.
We will definitely include a robust public input process as part of that.
Excellent. That's what I was hoping to hear.
Oh.
Thank you.
Yes, that.
Councillor Denton, then Councillor Tabor.
Thank you, Your Honor. You had missed out on all of the fun Zagster drama, and I know it's not in the proposed budget, but given that bicycles have been flying off shelves since COVID hit, I'm wondering if there's been any consideration of re-entering into a bicycle share program with a contract. It's fair if you haven't.
So no, we have not discussed that. We are trying to pick up where some of the transportation planning left off, and I've formed a staff working group to start to revisit where we are on existing projects. So I will certainly bring that to our staff working group to discuss.
Thank you.
Yeah. We had one in my last jurisdiction. We had a program like that. So.
Councillor Tabor.
I was pleased to see some money in a line item for innovative transportation solutions. Could you just say where you think that's going to go?
So I believe we are still kind of working through some of those recommendations as part of the transportation group. I didn't want to change too many of the line items because I know there was some prior planning that went in to support that. So I'm hoping to revisit that with staff and get a better understanding about what types of programs have been identified in prior planning. Mm-hmm.
Great. Thanks.
Any other questions? Thank you, Beverly.
Thank you.
I know it's a lot to come into, and appreciate you've been drinking from the fire hose for a very long time, and it's appreciated here in Portsmouth.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you. You have 2 hands up, Mayor.
Your Honor, unrelated to the next presentation, but I think there's some of us that might enjoy a 5-minute
Bathroom break?
Sure, yeah. Okay. Shanti, you got a few more minutes to mentally prepare for.
Sorry.
Thank you, everyone, for that quick break. We are on to, as part of Regulatory Services, the Inspection Department. Shanti, I believe the floor is yours.
Yes, welcome Chief Building Inspector Shanti Wolf.
Thank you. Good evening, Mr. Mayor, councilors, city manager. I've been here for 6 months, almost to the day. Really enjoying it. I'll be back tomorrow. So here are some of my core functions. They're probably pretty straightforward, but I will explain quickly in a little more detail as to what each one of these are. So plan review and code consulting. Someone wants to, they want to do a project on the property, commercial, residential. Part of that is the permitting process. So what we will do is review the documentation that's submitted for each project. We'll discuss the technical aspects of projects with the applicants, inform them if there's any code design deficiencies or maybe some improvements that can be made. They'll go back to the drawing board, resubmit to us, providing everything is good, then we will issue that permit. And that goes for electricians, plumbers, mechanical, fire protection, pretty much any of the trades. That's what we're looking at, their plans and their submissions. Construction inspections, after the permit is issued, there'll be different phases of the project, and each phase would potentially require a specific inspection. So we would implement those series of construction inspections in all disciplines to ensure code conformance of the various constructed elements. We record our findings, and then we would get a hold of the parties of the results, either pass or there's a deficiency and they need to come back and do a little bit more work, and then call us again, or maybe do the repair while we're there on site, whatever the case may be. Construction completion. When the project's done, we want to get over there and give it a final building inspection, make sure all the systems are safe. Once again, building, electrical, plumbing, mechanical, and fire. And ultimately, we'll issue a certificate of occupancy for a new use classification or a new building, or if it's just simply a project, maybe a new deck, a new air conditioning system, you could get a certificate of completion if you wanted. Another core function, code enforcement, investigate claims of code violations, whether it's building, electrical, plumbing, mechanical, zoning, could be rental housing within the city, it could be one neighbor concerned perhaps that someone is working on their property or too close to the property line. So we get a lot of different phone calls, and we'll check them out and see if there's anything to them, and then move forward accordingly. And that's pretty much the core functions. We do a lot more, but those are what you're going to see us day to day. So, and then some performance measures. These are permits and inspections going from 2019 to 2000. It's supposed to be 2022. I see that's 2019 to 2020. So anyway, the numbers are correct here. So over the past 4 years, we have had close to 26,000 inspections. We're averaging 6,500 inspections per year. And then the next slide, construction value declared. Over the last 4 years, there's been approximately $750 million worth of declared construction costs. That's a low number because in your commercial and some aspects of the residential, your permit fee is based off your declared construction value. So it's beneficial. And I'm not saying it happens, but I have seen a lower declaration of construction value, so the permit comes in a little bit lower. So that $750 million is probably low. Realistically, over the last 4 years, Portsmouth has probably seen closer to $1 billion worth of construction value. Challenges. So, and I would say challenges, maybe. Items to keep in check, priorities. At times they can be challenging, but I think of these also kind of as a day-to-day checklist of what we should always be doing. So proper communication, make sure our inspectors are approachable, make sure they're timely, make sure they're patient with their responses, personable, respectful, and they're able to listen and be willing to work with someone. They need to learn and continue to explain how to get to the finish line instead of listing reasons why it's not possible. So the goal here is to work with everyone. Turnaround times with respect to permit approvals, inspection requests. A lot of this can be done by prioritizing workloads, which we work on daily. We've really come full circle, in my opinion. We have a great team. Presently, we're caught up on inspections and permit review. So we have all worked really hard in the last 6 months, and we really came quite a ways, quite a distance here. So there were over 1,000 permits that were outstanding when I showed up. So made a lot of progress. Working within a budget, common sense, don't be wasteful, be frugal whenever possible, and get creative if you have to. A very minor example, but I rarely throw paper away. I use a paper cutter, I'll make it into notebooks, phone logs, whatever the case may be, flip it over, do it again, then I throw them away. That's just one example. But so public perception, I'm actually going to jump to the next slide because that really has to do a lot with what's happening in the next slide. So change. Is a really a big thing that I think needs to happen, and we've been working on. I worked for 6 different municipalities during my inspection career. I've worked in dozens of towns, cities, and actually states over the last several decades as a building contractor. For the most part, I found, and it seemed as though the inspection departments were beyond reproach. It was as if they were doing me a favor if they passed my project. It was really difficult to work. It was almost like you were in fear for the inspector to come out. Not all inspectors. I've learned from quite a few, but by and large, that was the attitude. It was many inspectors, they weren't willing, or perhaps they weren't able to explain the code to me. Maybe they really weren't that educated. They had a job. They thought they were doing it. If it wasn't the way they wanted it done, more often than not, especially in the old days, they weren't able to produce the code language or educate me on how to do it right. So I made it my kind of my mission and my goal to learn the codes as good as they did. So when they come out, I could explain it to them, and that's what I did. And ultimately, I went into the public sector. The public sector also, another thing that kind of confused me when I was working with these inspectors is that the tax revenue pays the inspectors' salaries, right? So ultimately, we work for the community. The residents are, in a sense, our supervisor. So really, you need to treat your supervisor a little bit better than that. And that's kind of my, the way that I look at it. When I go out to a job and the homeowner's there, the contractor's there, I need to treat them with exactly as much respect as I would want to get back from them, from my friends, from my family, my coworkers, so on and so forth. So ultimately, I think that, our mission here in Portsmouth is to tear down the walls that have been in place for far too long with respect to the, code enforcement, inspection department, and the public. So we plan to do this many ways. I think training opportunities, not only for our inspectors, but for the residents, contractors, developers, and not just code training. So, de-escalation techniques, community relation trainings, things of that nature, as well as code opportunities for the contractor, for the resident. So we did actually have a first training here on April 27th. It was on fire stopping. It was a little more advanced, maybe not geared towards the average homeowner or even the average contractor, but it was a success. So we're going to have another training on May 25th, which will be fire alarms and sprinklers for the non-fire service personnel. So if someone's interested in that and they want to learn a little bit more about fire alarms, about sprinkler systems, why do we need them? How does it work? What are we looking for from the inspector's perspective when we go into these residential homes or commercial homes? But coming down the pike, there will be a lot of trainings I think that the public will enjoy. Building a deck, different interior renovation techniques, things that as a DIY you might be interested in, or even if you're a homeowner and your contractor is renovating your home, you want to, get an inside look at the process. So these will be available. But the big thing I think is has been messaging, and I'll get that to in a second. So another improvement is bringing back consistent office hours so the community has an opportunity for face-to-face interaction with the inspectors. They've been so busy for so long. They've been inundated, underwater. Now they've came up for a breath, and we can start to implement some of these initiatives that were really not even possible for the last few years. So starting on Monday, 8 to 10, a.m., Monday through Friday, and also Monday from 5 to 6. Anyone can stop in. You don't need an appointment. I think that'll be good because we do have folks that have been asking for that for quite a while. Community outreach, a critical component for staying engaged. Example, our permit software is OpenGov. I reached out a couple weeks ago and asked if they could create a report that would populate a list of all the email contacts that we have within the systems, residents, contractors, developers, architects, anyone that's ever pulled a permit. Those emails are in there. They said the program wasn't set up to do that, and they weren't able to help. So one of our inspectors and myself, we decided to get creative. We spent a couple hours in the system. We created a little subroutine. We extracted all of the emails. As of yesterday, we have a community database of over 700 emails. So we can send messages from our department to all 700 contacts using MailChimp. So it doesn't have to be in the newsletter. So if something's coming up that's exciting in the department, we can send that out to everyone, to all 700 of you. And if you don't want to get the emails, you can opt out. And then over the next few months, we will see who really wants to be part of that construction building community. So that's one way that we'll be able to message. So instead of hearing about trainings maybe after the fact or you missed it in the newsletter, these are going to go out to everyone that's ever pulled a permit or ever worked on a permit in Portsmouth since this system has come about. So it's a pretty good database. And like I say, if you don't want to get these messages, you can opt out. So yeah, right. We have plans also for open houses within the department, construction consultations, training days, you name it. So we'll use that system to push that message. The idea here is we would like the community to look at this department as a resource for education and assistance, to see that we're not here to slow down their project. We want to help, we don't want to hinder. Now, granted, the state codes still do apply, and we can't disregard those. So, when you're working within state codes or codes in general, there certainly is a component that you will slow down, but it won't be because of us. It'll be because of the codes that we were hired to basically teach to the contractors, to the residents, and say, this is the way that legally it has to be done right now, because it is a state law. So even if we wanted to enact maybe an ordinance that had a less restrictive building code, we couldn't do that right now. So this is a minimum guidelines that we're asking these folks to build to. But I do feel that the way perhaps that inspectors have explained the minimum guidelines historically has really not inspired a lot of confidence to approach the building department after that interaction. Maybe not in Portsmouth, but like I say, I've seen it around the state, around the country. So there will still be times when folks are unhappy with us because we're following the codes, but rest assured we'll be explaining the reason why, as opposed to simply failing an inspection without taking the time to find a solution. And if the inspection fails, you won't have to wait a month for us to come back. We'll come back in a couple days. You might even be able to come back that day, the next day. So we're no longer in that situation that we were a year ago, 3 years ago. And hopefully, all of that will begin to change the public's perception of this department. So, and then in the past where we were inundated with projects, we were certainly understaffed. We're on solid footing now. We have hired a contract inspector, which we hope to make full-time, which would be another building inspector. He's been with us for several months. He's made a huge difference. And so you may ask, so you're caught up now, or you're pretty much caught up now, so can you let that inspector go? So my answer, I would say no. I would not encourage that, because we're where we need to be right now so that we can start to begin to offer other initiatives. So if we got rid of that inspector, my concern is any surge in construction at all, potentially we could be right back where we were a year ago. So if our budget can support it, I really, really highly recommend that we keep our inspectors in place. Which brings us to the last one, which is, that's us. We're all working together, community and the municipality. So.
Thank you, Shanti.
Thanks so much, Shanti. Are there any questions? Councilor Moreau.
I love everything that you've said. I've certainly have clients who have done work in this town that I've heard a lot of complaints about the inspection department. I'll just be upright. So it's great to hear all of the input that you want to do. If there are people that would actually like to be on that email list, but their emails may not have been part of the permitting system, do you have a way for them to sign up to
Please email me.
Okay.
Yeah, my email is on the website, and I will get you right on there.
Okay.
Assistant Mayor.
Thank you, Your Honor. Shanti, quick question. You said the position that we're looking to add currently is a contracted position.
Correct. So we've hired a building inspector, Tim Mativier, who's a almost Summersworth inspector for almost 3 decades. Very fortunate to get him over here. And he is a contract inspector, meaning that he has all the benefits of an employee, but where he has not been budgeted yet for the next fiscal year, that he's not yet a full-time employee from that respect. Right. Yeah.
Councillor Cook.
Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you so much for the presentation. I love what you were talking about outreach. I think it's probably critical at this point. Are there any efforts to do outreach to our building community to kind of ask people to come back? I know we always hear about contractors that won't work in Portsmouth anymore, and I feel like we need to increase the numbers because it is kind of difficult to find somebody.
That's a great question, and to answer that, I would say that if they've worked in Portsmouth since the inception of OpenGov, which is this permitting software, then they will be on that list of 700 contacts.
Okay.
Because just because they're no longer working here, their contacts are still in there. And if they're not, I would, I'm not sure how to get the message out other than once that goes out to all these contractors, architects, residents, then I'd like to think and hope that word would travel, and then if there's someone that's not on that list, that perhaps they would see that it's safe to come back, right? And I work with I know a lot of people around the state, contractors and code officials, fire, police, and they know me, and they know that I'm here now, and so I think that was, I've heard a lot of contractors that were in Stratham, that were in Summersworth, that were in Rochester, that are saying, I'm going to come back to Portsmouth now that you're there, right? So, so some of that's already out there, but if they've ever worked in here since the inception of the program, they'll get that message. Yes.
Thank you.
Councillor Blaylock.
Thank you, Your Honor. And thank you, Shanti, for this presentation. I must say, during our campaign, it was a big topic, the permitting department, and I realized the inefficiencies there pass the cost on to the resident or the homeowner most of the time. So I think the budget you presented, making sure we stay ahead of all these inspections and stuff like that actually might save the resident money in the long run. Where if we let it build up like we did in the past, it becomes a large problem. Like you're talking about people waiting months if they got it rejected. I know it was throwing off the timeline in different contractors, the drywall guy and electrician guy, and it would just kind of derail the whole project and maybe delay it for a year or so. So I just want to thank you more for the changing the attitude in the perception, and then saving that cost from the resident.
Right. And I'll just like to add that, delaying the inspection, it might delay the project, but to be quite honest, it might make the difference between, a good Christmas for someone's children or a real bad Christmas. Because if you've got 3 months lined up for the work, and all of a sudden the city has shut you down for 2 months, and you can't pivot because that was your bread and butter for the next 3 months. I've been there. I get it. So it's critical that we stay on track, that we're expedient, and that we are able to provide, solutions for fast but safe construction. And we're going to do that with proper staffing and guidance. Yeah.
Thank you, Shanti. Just a couple of things that you didn't mention, smaller things, but I thought were emblematic of some of the changes you've made. One, as a counselor and now as a mayor, I've gotten, or maybe not as much anymore, but we get a lot of questions like, hey, I'm hearing this, from my contractor's telling me this. And a few times I said, okay, I'll email city manager and we'll try to figure out. What ended up occurring was, more often than not, the conversation a contractor might be having with a homeowner was different than the conversation that they were having with the inspection department. And clearing that up by just requiring a field on the OpenGov of making sure that the resident or the person that owned the homeowner was copied on all that communication, small but huge change. Another change that I thought was enormous that I saw was not requiring the person that did the work to be present at the home. That, I mean, from a scheduling standpoint, trying to if you can just take out one person's schedule from the equation of when you're going to be at the house and just say, okay, a homeowner can be there to allow the inspection to happen, that saves, you know, an enormous amount of time and resources.
And just so you know, that came right out of the state building code. So that wasn't even an idea that I needed to implement. It was just read the book. So
Yep.
a permit designee can attend the inspections, not the, not the licensee or the person that did the work. So, yeah.
And I think the reason why that I'm really excited about this, and I guess I think from my perspective, I believe that government should deliver services to people. You know, that's what we're judged on. Is, you know, if people pay taxes, they get services delivered, and they make that equation in their head: is this worth it? But time and time again, you mentioned it tonight, you know, working towards yes instead of just saying no, I think is something that a lot of people appreciate, and we certainly appreciate. And it's going to take time in all of this, but I think that we will have the inspection department that the city of Portsmouth deserves under your leadership, and really appreciate all the work that you're doing.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Oh, Councilor Tabor.
I just want to say well done, and I want to support the extra position. Your department not only has a ton of work, but people pay for that. I mean, they're putting their money down to the tune of $1.1 million, and I do think it will surge again. And 2020, FY21, it was $1.8 million of just people paying to get permits. So I think that will shoot up again. And, you know, shame on us if we don't take people's money and give them great service.
Great job, Shanti. Thank you.
Thanks, Shanti. Your Honor, up next is Health Officer Kim McNamara. Welcome, Kim.
Thank you. The Portsmouth Health Department is very involved in public health planning and response locally, regionally, and statewide. Staff sit on several commissions and committees, including the State Health Assessment and Health Improvement Planning Statutory Committee, the Governor's Commission on the Seacoast Cancer Cluster, the United States Air Force Restoration Advisory Board, the International Food Protection Training Institute, and the Agency for Toxic Substances and Disease Registry's PEAS Community Assistance Panel, as well as others. The Health Department also has planning responsibilities for 3 emergency support functions as required by the Federal Emergency Management Agency, better known as FEMA, in disaster declarations. They are Emergency Support Function, or ESF number 6, Mass Care, Emergency Assistance, Housing and Human Services, ESF 8, Public Health and Medical Services, and ESF 11, Agriculture and Natural Resources Protection and Recovery.
Before I turn this slide, I think this is Kim and her staff with some other folks at a vaccine clinic, right?
It's not our staff. Kristen was in another place, but we were at the Speedway that day doing the mass vaccination clinics. Yes, with
Statewide
other volunteers.
support.
Yes.
Thanks.
Food protection is what the health department is best known for. However, it's only a portion of what we do. We also inspect schools, daycares, foster and adoptive homes, advocate for vulnerable populations, address insanitary living conditions and environmental hazards, provide public education, monitor arboviral disease surveillance, implement environmental protections, and address essentially any other issue that affects local public and environmental health. And now for some fun facts. The following figures are from our routine food service licenses and do not include the numerous temporary events and the farmers market that the department also licenses. Under our routine food service licenses, we currently permit a total of 34,390 seats. 26,379 of them are also under a liquor license, while 8,011 do not hold a liquor license. Some of these seats are seasonal. Many of these seats turn over multiple times a day, so the numbers served grow significantly if turnover is factored in. This highlights the importance of food protection services. It also has implications for services like police and fire and trash. 11,393 seats are outdoor seats now, and 22,997 are indoor seats. These numbers do include some large venues like the Music Hall and are self-reported by the food service owners on their applications. This department is currently staffed with 3 full-time employees. We started with 2 in 2005 and have gained 1 in the 17 years intervening. And this year I am requesting an additional full-time health inspector to cover the continually increasing demands on the department, and I am happy to answer any questions.
Well, thank you, Kim, and first open up to questions, but thank you for all of the work that you've done. I think it certainly COVID has brought your office into much larger spotlight and appreciation in the city, but then, you know, in addition, all of the kind of after effects or effects of COVID, you know, pushing people outdoors, creating an entire outdoor dining ecosystem was not something that was taken lightly by your team. So appreciate all of the work that you've done for the city over these more than a couple of years.
Thank you.
Any questions? Councilor Blaylock.
Thank you, Your Honor. And thank you, Health Officer Kim McNamara. You've kept my restaurant very safe over the years, and I've enjoyed working very closely to help do that and help serve people in a safe manner. And I do realize the challenges now that we've all faced in the last few years. We've all been a lot more aware of all these health risks and everything. So I just want to speak out in support of, I've seen all the work that Kim and Kristen have done over the years, and I've always been amazed that they've been able to do that without more support. So I just want to thank you.
Thank you.
No other questions? Maybe it's past 10 o'clock. People are easier, but thank you again. Appreciate it.
The later you go, the better it is.
Second to last, but certainly not least, is our Public Works Director, Peter Rice. Welcome, Peter.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, City Councilors, City Manager. My name is Peter Rice. I'm the Director of Public Works. With me this evening is our Operations Manager, Roberta Orsini, and our Business Administrator, Jen Wentworth. Jen and Roberta support the Highway Division of the Department of Works, but they also support the 5 other divisions of the department. So a lot of the stuff you'll see today is the results of their hard efforts. In addition, Brian Getz, our Deputy Director, is here in the crowd, as well as Terry Damaris, our Engineering Supervisor, and Ben Fletcher will be up in a second in this vacant seat. Join us.
He missed the run through.
I gave him the heads up.
It's getting late.
Tonight I'll be presenting the Public Works Department's highway budget. And this year's budget is an increase of $364,616 over FY22, which is a 5.21 increase. This budget includes an additional staff request for an additional assistant foreman. This is to support the Parks and Greenery Group, and it reflects the increase in area that's under maintenance now. It's there to help manage the staff, but it also creates vertical movement and the ability to groom for succession planning. So it's something that we, given the workload and given the challenges we face, we feel it's an important position to fill. This is a recovery budget. If you recall, over the last 2 years, in 21, we were the only department or only division that had a cut in any of the city budgets. And then the year after, in 22, it was a flat budget, same as 21. These sustained budgets, flatline budgets, occurred despite increases in retirement costs, salaries, benefits, and additional facilities and parks. As the city manager stated in the past, budgets are a statement of values. However, they're an exercise in predicting the future This budget focuses on continuing maintenance of core functions while also maintaining the services that we provide, which are including engineering support for other city departments, mosquito control, parks and playgrounds, athletic fields, cemeteries, and special events, as well as the next slide, core functions, which really, make up about 75% of our budget, which are street and road maintenance, sidewalk maintenance, facilities maintenance, and solid waste collection. The Public Works budget also supports other departments. This support often flies under the radar because it doesn't show up on other departments' budgets. This budget continues to support the services provided to police, fire, recreation, schools, and the library. It includes City Hall budget line items such as heating, water, sewer, electricity, custodial services, facility repairs, and maintenance. In addition, it includes custodial services, repairs, and maintenance at the library and recreational facilities, in addition to supporting other departments' facilities citywide. The Public Works budget is more than just about Public Works. This budget supports other departments, which allows them to focus on their core missions. Slide. Back one. The budget reflects also expanded responsibilities, including additional parks and green spaces, facilities, blue ribbon committees, staffing blue ribbon committees, public meetings, and additional engineering support for other city departments. It's really exciting to bring on the community campus, 34 acres plus the 50 acres that we took on a few years ago, plus Gateway Parks. There are, it's great, but the maintenance is something that is oftentimes forgotten once, the enthusiasm of the day of purchase and opening and ribbon cutting. So our budgets really support those and reflects that increased scope of work that's occurring. Next slide. This has been an extremely challenging budget to prepare. Continued fallout from COVID, as well as international events, have impacted our ability to forecast costs with any level of comfort. We've been fortunate this year in that recycled commodities markets have recovered. We had a high of about $131 a ton. We're down, it dropped down to around $31 a ton over this last year. We're in the 40-ish range right now, but what that's allowed us to do is reduce the recycling budget a bit. However, our solid waste budget, as you can see, has gone up as well as a result of that additional solid waste. We're also very fortunate that we were able to lock in a couple of years ago with our electricity and natural gas at very favorable rates, and those have been stable for the last couple of years and will continue on through this budget cycle. However, we are impacted by inflation. The cost of materials has gone up significantly. The cost of services has gone up significantly. Fuel, as you see, and I'll speak to if you have any questions related to it, have gone up significantly. And so that's been a real challenge. We've also faced challenges related to staffing. As the Human Resources Director pointed out, our wage rates have not kept pace with private sector, especially for skilled staff, mechanics, operators, electricians. It's hard to attract folks when we're paying them much lower than other folks are. We're looking to move forward to address these uncertainties by focusing on our core functions and delaying purchases when possible until later in the fiscal year. That'll give us the flexibility to see how things are tracking relative to expenses, and if necessary, we'll have to cut back on some of those purchases. But we don't anticipate that at this point. We feel comfortable that we've accurately reflected where we're going to be going this next year, but you never know. And then this slide, some of you may remember from last year, is really touching on the importance of supporting infrastructure investments. This curve is a pavement deterioration curve, but it's really an asset deterioration curve that it's pretty common sense. On the left side is the quality, in the vertical axis is the quality of the product, the asset. In this case, it's pavement, and then on the bottom axis, it's time over time. So you start out in excellent condition, and over time, the asset deteriorates. And if you address the deterioration incrementally through maintenance, you can extend the life of that asset at a very minimal cost. However, if you defer that investment over time, it becomes more and more expensive and to the point of failure. And while this is may be necessary periodically to delay or cut back on these investments, continued flat budgets in the future will only cost taxpayers more money. In addition to being less expensive, planned maintenance also ensures that critical infrastructure is available at times of crisis. It maintains the quality of services and really, from my perspective, reduces resident complaints, which is very helpful. Inadequate support of cities' facilities is not sustainable. Over time, the department has been able to achieve savings by improving efficiencies, cutting back on maintenance, and deferring hires. However, this cost curve shows that the longer you defer maintenance, the more expensive it'll be to the taxpayers, and it'll limit our ability to be flexible and adapt quickly to changing priorities. Finally, I'd like to acknowledge my staff. The Department of Public Works staff worked throughout the COVID years, 2.5 years, consistently, picking up trash, maintaining the roads, delivering the important services to the residents, and I'm very proud of the work they've done. And I need to point that out. So at this point, if you have any questions.
Thank you, Peter, and I would echo on behalf of the City of Portsmouth our gratitude for the members of the Public Works staff. Not only have they worked through when everyone else in the world stayed home, but they've continually done so with an attitude that was always, how can I help? How can I improve the quality of life here in Portsmouth? So it should be noted, and I'm happy to be able to note just how great the employees that we have working for the City of Portsmouth are, especially in Public Works.
Thank you.
Councilor Bagley.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Director Rice. This is in this packet that we got, I guess, a couple hours before the meeting. I went through it really quickly, and this slide is by far my favorite. I'll tell a couple stories. The first one is, if you buy a new car and you don't change the oil, you're going to save money during the first couple of years, but then you're going to have to pay for a new engine. That's kind of what this slide is showing. If you defer maintenance for too long, it saves you money in the short run, but it ends up costing you greatly in the long run. In my professional life, I sell CNC equipment, and it's $200,000, $300,000, whatever the cost may be. And a lot of my customers don't understand, new customers, that they need to do preventative maintenance. And if they run more than 2 shifts, we go there twice a year. If they run 1 shift, we go there once a year. And the customers that have that preventative maintenance, we've got all sorts of graphs and charts that show their cost of ownership is much cheaper and their unexpected downtime is much lower. So really pleased to hear you say, one, to include this graph, but also to have that attitude that deferring maintenance just to save money in the short term is not a viable way forward with infrastructure. So pleased to hear that. Then I just want to kind of echo the mayor's comments. Just this morning, Thursday mornings is when they pick up garbage on my street, and I was talking to my neighbor as I was bringing the garbage up the driveway, and she just commented how pleased she is with the garbage pickup service. And we both were talking, and where I grew up in Connecticut, we didn't have city run garbage service, so you had 2 choices. You could either bring it to the dump like my family did, which was not great for the station wagon, or you had a garbage pickup. And what ended up happening was every day of the week, a different company would come through with their loud garbage truck and pick up somebody's garbage. In the city here, one, we all get that service. We don't have to pay extra for it. It's included in our tax bill, like a lot of communities do. And because it's done by the city, it's done at a much higher level of service, I believe, and it's all done on the same day for each neighborhood, which I think for a quality of life, little things like this that Public Works does, like plowing the sidewalks, which a lot of communities don't do. I just think that we have such a strong level of service that it's worth mentioning tonight.
Well, I appreciate the support for those services because, without the council's support, we wouldn't be able to provide them. So it's very much appreciated.
Councilor Denton.
Thank you, Your Honor. I have two lines of questioning. The first is there's $648,000 allocated for electricity in the budget. When I last sat here, I was able to convince the council to allocate additional money to essentially purchase the electricity from renewable sources via renewable energy credits. Am I correct that we are no longer pursuing that?
That is correct.
Okay. And then second question, there's $250,000 for single stream recycling. My personal preference remains going back to sorting, whether it be aluminum cans, cardboard, and glass, and throwing the rest in the trash. But with that said, residents, like they do often, share rumors that our curbside recycling is being thrown away in the trash. And I'm not looking for these answers tonight. I'm going to share them with the city manager. But the Sustainable Committee was asking for percentages, if you could get them, on how much of our recycling gets thrown away by the DPW versus thrown away at the turnkey landfill versus at the MRF itself. I don't know if those are things you could possibly look into. And then they're also wondering when our current recycling contract expires. But I'll send those to the city manager.
Okay. The current, I can answer. The current contract expires in another 3 years, I believe.
Okay.
The myth of throwing solid recyclables away is not true. It's just that the downtown recycling bins, because there's so much contamination, does get thrown away. So if people have seen a downtown recycle bin, you see they throw everything in it, food, liquid, and so we've actually started to not put out recycling bins because it's just not a good way. And that really was driven by what they call a contamination rate at the MRF. And when they have contaminated recyclables, they throw the whole batch out down at the MRF, and they end up charging us double. So we learned by getting those extra bills that we were getting a lot of contamination. We identified it as those public sources, and so that was a decision to eliminate those because that was a high source of contamination. Since that time, it's really turned around, and we haven't had those contamination sources. I don't remember the specific numbers, but we beat the national average consistently. I want to say it's I can't remember exactly. I think it's over 40%, but I'll get the actual numbers for you and report back on that.
And just want to quickly comment that I wholly agree and appreciate you removing the recycling from downtown because it was just trash.
Yeah, it's disappointing because you want everybody to be conscientious and separate, but it's hard when people aren't paying attention and they need to throw stuff away.
Thank
you. Councilor Blaylock and then Councilor Lombardi.
Thank you, Your Honor. And thank you, Peter, for your presentation. And I want to thank you and your staff for all the services you provided during COVID. Nothing was interrupted. I mean, it was like you guys just kept going. And I want to thank you for that and thank all your staff. And just to question more that I've been getting from the public, could you just update us on the skate park and why that's not in the budget?
Well, the skate park is in the budget.
Yes.
We had $200,000 appropriated this year, and that's what we're paying for the design from. So that's currently, as the Recreation Director indicated, the contract's been executed, so the design process is starting. Because we don't need the money immediately, that it was felt it was more fiscally prudent to do it through the regular bonding process, and so it's shown in the CIP as monies for next year, when the funding will be needed.
Thank you for that clarification.
The project is funded and it is moving forward, and just what is it? The rumors of its death are premature.
Yeah, I just want to reassure the public. That's all.
They exaggerated. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yep.
Councilor Lombardi.
Yes, I too want to express my appreciation to the department for your perseverance through the pandemic. It was truly amazing and the people were fantastic. I would go out and tell them thank you in the mornings. when I got up early enough.
They appreciate that. They do. It's nice. They love the interaction with the residents.
Yeah. So, so I'm glad. I wish there was a way that the city could do something more for them as a recognition, and maybe we can figure something like that out, because that. My only comment about picking up recycling on Thursday is I pick up all my recycling, then I get all my mail. That junk mail comes on Thursday, and I think I think the post office is onto it. I don't know. I'm also one of the people who weekly brings my compost to the city yard, and I see that's grown by the number of bins that have been placed there. It was a couple, then it was 3, and now it's about 6 or 7 of them. And so I guess that's becoming more popular. So I know that there was some problems, again, with contamination in those bins. I hope that's corrected. And then also the talk of a swap shop at the city yard was around somewhere, or a place where people could.
Yep. So that is something that's a desire that's been expressed for a long time. We have a preliminary design done for a new transfer station. It includes a swap shop. However, given the budget constraints and the challenges in terms of funding, it's a out year. I can't remember what year it's in the CIP, but it's out a number of years, due to other priorities. So right now, it's a matter of having space and a facility to do that. That would require staff oversight. I know a lot of folks say they'll volunteer, and that's great. But based on my review of other facilities, you really need a designated person that's responsible to make sure stuff's cleaned out on a regular basis. You date it, it doesn't move, it's out after X number, because you just get accumulation of stuff. But it is something that's really neat. I've lived in towns that have had them, and it's kind of an event when you find something nice. So.
Yeah, it's true. Well, thank you again for the service.
Councilor Tabor.
Thanks, Mayor. I too really just think our whole approach to maintaining our infrastructure and providing waste removal is just tops. But I wanted to ask about the mosquito abatement program. I know we've switched to killing the larvae as opposed to spraying. And I remember in 2020, I think we had a July where there were just 20 rainy days in the month. And we got this big volume of mail from neighborhoods like the Woodlands and Elwyn Park that had a lot of standing water and mosquitoes. Is that larvicide proven itself, or do we need to look at that again?
Larvicide is the most effective way to control the disease-borne mosquitoes. The adulticide, the spraying, is really a nuisance type of thing in terms of people don't like the mosquitoes that are flying around. But in terms of health and safety, the larvicide is the most efficient way of doing that. So we would, if there was a declared emergency, the state monitors. We work with Kim McNamara, and if there's an emergency, we would do adulticiding. But it is not the recommended approach. Working with our mosquito control folks, that it's really a kind of a placebo effect to a certain extent, because the adulticiding it's really just the people don't like the mosquitoes flying around them, and it's really the larvicide that does the best control.
Yep. Okay, thanks.
Any other questions?
And just to clarify, we actually did larvicide as well as the spraying for years, but due to budget, requests for budget reductions, because the adulticide really was not the effective aspect of the mosquito control, it was dropped.
Right.
And we also monitor too, so we do we monitor the areas on a regular basis.
Peter's given the 8:30 response to the mosquitoes. I just had one question on professional services under parks and cemeteries. That's not the new hire.
$4,000 additional?
No, it's under 3900175 under city manager recommended. Page 324.
Cemetery programs, $60,000?
No, I'm seeing it under parks and cemeteries.
It's right above Parks and Cemetery.
The 75,000. The 75,000.
Yep, 75,000.
That is the additional, the additional greenway, gateway areas. So the Bohenko Park,
right?
The Route 1. Because the amount of work that those take, we did not have the staff available. So that's a contracted service.
Got it.
And an add-on to that is we were under warranty last year for the Bohenko Gateway Park?
Last year, so we were able to get by last year without having to we went through the exercise of do we staff up or do we, go for a contracted service? And in this case, it made more sense because of the level of effort it takes to address those areas. It's really appropriate to take a full crew in there, and they get in, they knock it out as a group, and that would really disrupt our flow of work throughout the city, to grab a bunch of staff and then go over and do that.
Okay.
So that's the genesis of that 75.
Thank you, Peter.
Yep.
All right.
We have Ben, and only Ben left.
go.
Director Ben Fletcher.
He's the closer.
That's right.
I'm Dave Chappelle tonight. I got my own Roman numeral. So anyway, I'll try to keep it concise. Good evening, councilors. Mayor McEachern.
We'll know what that means.
What's that?
Keep going.
The headlining comedian. So, good evening, councilors. Mayor McEachern, City Manager Conrad. Thanks for allowing me the opportunity to discuss the FY23 parking and transportation budget reflective of the division's ongoing effort to strive for efficiencies and professionalism in light of the economic situation that continues. It's important to always open this discussion with an understanding of the myriad programs and services that parking system revenues support. Even as we work through the challenges of the lingering effects of COVID-19. A short list of what is supported by parking system revenues would contain $2.4 million annual offset to the general fund, transportation planning and engineering support, downtown snow and waste removal, school bus support, senior transport, our partners at Coast, the downtown trolley, police detail, school crossing guards, and more. Services provided or supported by parking revenues realize an annual tax offset of $318 per median single-family home. So in light of the ongoing economic situation, it is extremely important and prudent that we work to ensure the division's ability to both manage parking services and inclusive of revenue collection in order to avoid discontinuing programs or services or finding it necessary to seek alternative methods to pay for them. As always, the use of real-time data informs our decision-making. We have the ability to assess and adjust our expectations as we move forward, which is reflected in tonight's presentation. At this stage of the economic recovery, our city is happily seeing routine triple-digit demand and occupancy in our high-occupancy areas. Our division is careful to be mindful when budgeting revenues and operating costs, but particularly when refraining from wasteful spending. However, it is far better to be in a position to plan for an expense and not be required to use the funds than to find yourself where unbudgeted expenditures are required to be met. The division always seeks to conservatively budget with regard to its revenue and expense profile. So while originally budgeted for a net loss of $898,793 for FY22, the division is pleased to report that we are ahead of FY22 revenue projections by roughly $1.2 million as of April 30th, while expenses remain at 10% below projections so far for the year. Revenue projections are now revised upwards from $7.9 million to $9.4 million. We're therefore confident that the budgeted 22 net loss will be significantly below projection. Indeed, we look to be in position to add to the parking fund balance, which will strengthen our position as we face inventory shortages at Hanover due to the upcoming renovation project. The parking balance exists, the parking fund exists so that the division can continue to meet its obligations even when faced with inventory and revenue shortages for the Hanover project for the next 3 years. Challenges are met through consistently working to decrease expenses and effectively pursue and catalog all parking-related revenue sources. The stay-and-pay pricing model, introduced in August of 2021, did achieve a 35% increase in revenue per transaction system-wide, while encouraging 91% of users to continue to turn the space over at the third hour and simultaneously driving considerably longer parking sessions at our city's garages, which means more people are out of their vehicles walking, reducing congestion, lowering the city's carbon footprint. This is also known as a park once philosophy, and it does support business. Next tile, please. For the summer of 22, the division is anticipating a roughly 9% reduction in high-demand A-zone inventory due to repurposing for restaurant seating. Additionally, in anticipation of the loss of 300 spaces at Hanover for a span of 3 years, we have relocated roughly 250 monthly parkers from Hanover to Foundry to reduce the impact of lost space over that time. So because of this preemptive approach, we do not anticipate the need to remove additional contract holders from Hanover. Next tile, please. So nuts and bolts. The bottom line of this tile is simply the bottom line of the tile. That is the use of fund balance to zero the budgetary needs that exceed the division's ability to raise revenue to cover its obligations. Excuse me. On the left side, for FY22, parking revenues, again, were budgeted at a conservative $7.9 million. With that figure, we would have projected to have the use of fund balance required to zero the budget would have been $898,793. Again, the positive news is we're on track to achieve $9.4 million in revenues for FY22, meaning we should be in position to actually increase the fund balance this one last year to hedge against anticipated revenue losses going into FY23, 24, and 25. On the right side, you can see that the proposed budget request of $7.86 million does represent an increase over FY22 of $1.4 million, which will be detailed shortly. The bottom line here is that if revenue projections of $8.29 million hold for FY23, then $1.9 million would be needed from fund balance to zero the budget for FY23. Stop, please. This tile represents line item detail of anticipated revenue changes from FY22, a roughly $321,000 increase. The figure does include anticipated realized reduction in revenue at Hanover of roughly $660,000. Revenue projections are performed every year through a series of factor analyses using data points such as the number and type of each parker in each garage, the length of stay at the meters, and past collection data. For the 23 budget, we again worked with our exceptional finance department to discuss projections, including the effect of the Hanover restoration, operating under the belief that FY23 will continue to build on the anticipated strong finish of FY22. The final budget figures, though showing only a modest increase here, are actually slightly more aggressive than FY22's figures. If we were to disregard the anticipated loss at Hanover, the figure produced would be closer to a $570,000 increase versus 22 than the 321 posted here. In conjunction with the Finance Department, we always choose to recognize the most conservative scenarios in order to put us in the best position to continue funding the obligations that are placed upon the parking division. So this familiar tile shows the breakdown of the division's expense profile. Operations taking up 44%, public transportation 7%, debt service at 24%, capital projects at 8%, and contingency and facilities rounding out the rest. This tile details the promised earlier of the $1.4 million increase in total budget request from 22 to 23. The primary drivers include operating and capital and rolling stock expenses. As the city begins to see traffic figures similar to or greater than pre-pandemic levels, we look to restore pre-pandemic levels of staffing and project management. Shortly put, we are bringing a number of suspended projects and expenditures back online. Increases in operating costs are primarily represented by the drive to return to pre-COVID employment levels and inflation seen nationwide. Similarly, increases in capital and rolling stock reflect a return to pre-COVID projects such as repaving aging parking lots and setting funds aside to maintain the city's fleet. Comparatively, the FY23 operations recommendation represents a relatively benign 7.9% increase over the original FY21 budget released in 2020 before the pandemic. So taken over 2 years, that level of increase can be largely attributed to inflation, which reinforces the assertion that we are trying to return basically to a pre-pandemic, pre-COVID reality. In fact, the FY23 capital and rolling stock recommendation is slightly less than the pre-COVID 21 figure. And so I can take questions this time.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ben. Run a tight ship. Any questions? Councilor Bagley.
More comments than questions. First, I want to thank Ben, Director Rice, and the city manager for sitting down with me for some time the other day to go over all the parking asks for this year and why they were where they are. I guess I just want to, for the folks at home, explain a couple things about parking, because before I became a counselor, I thought the department cost the city money, which is not true. It actually gives back a great deal of money to the city. But that's not the primary goal of the parking department. One of the primary goals of the parking department is to increase turnover. And what that does is, if you think about it, if you say you own a store downtown and you park in front of your store, you're taking a prime parking spot for the next 8 to 10 hours. And that parking spot could be turned over, say, every half hour. So that's, 10 to 20 customers that you're losing out on stopping at your store because you're parked in that spot. So one of the things we've done, and over the past year we've really advertised it, is the employee downtown parking program, where you can get a coupon to park downtown. I believe it's for $3 a day.
Yeah, at 10 hours is a $3 price.
Yeah, so, and we're seeing month over month, we're seeing record numbers. Is that correct?
That's correct. April represented the highest number of month of sales we've had to date.
So what that means is, even though we're losing the 300 spaces at the High Hanover Garage, 250 of those spaces are now permanent passes at Foundry. A great deal of the people that used to park in the core of the town, downtown, and then go to work, are now also parking at Foundry. We've gained spaces, I believe 39 spaces in loading zones after hours.
Correct.
That's a relatively new thing. And how many spaces did we gain at the McIntyre lot?
86.
86. So we're in a situation going into this year where it's going to be easier for people to find parking downtown. And the reason it's going to be easier to find parking downtown is because we're managing the parking in a very clever way. And I just want to thank Ben Fletcher, he's a whiz with the numbers, for figuring out how to move traffic and how to get the best vitality out of the parking spots. The goal is, if you're going to park for a long time, ideally you're parking in the Foundry Garage, you're going to walk 5 minutes to downtown. And if you're just running in to get a cup of coffee or buy a pot at the kitchen store or something like that, you would park close to the store, run in, run out. And I just want to thank you for the way you run the department, and for certainly teaching me quite a bit about how parking works in the city and why we do the things that we do.
Sir.
Councilor Baylock.
Thank you, Honor, and thank you, Ben, for the presentation and everything. I was just curious, you said the 1.2 million ahead of projections. I didn't know if you knew what variable that was, or if it was like COVID, or if there was something else that...
A lot of it has to do with the stay and pay program. So we used to punitively enforce our 3-hour time limit by writing citations. The way that Councilor Tabor and I introduced this when we brought it in was, we've invited folks here. Why are we telling them to leave faster? So instead of a punitive incentive to turn the space, we installed an economic incentive to turn the space, which means if you want to stay longer, it just costs more from the 4th hour and beyond. Again, 91% of folks are still deciding to turn that space over the 3rd hour, which speaks to Councilor Bagley's point. If we're rotating spaces out, then there are spaces in front of storefronts where people can run in and buy product. And if they're taking longer stays in the garages. They're walking by storefronts and not driving by storefronts looking for a place to park. So we've seen a 35% increase in revenue per transaction system-wide due to that stay and pay system. It helped us recover year over year in the first year into COVID at 70% of the previous year's revenues, where most of the country was at 10 or 15 in terms of parking. So some of that has to do with Portsmouth being an amazing place to visit. Some of that has to do with the initiative to change the pricing structure and allow people to choose how they wanted to manage their time, and that drives folks behavior-wise to the garage. And to add to what Councilor Bagley said about moving and turning spaces, the decision-making we engage in is based on real-time data. And always, it's not a revenue generation situation for us. That becomes secondary to us. It's about a manner of behavior management. A holistic approach would have more people walking and less people driving, reducing your carbon footprint and whatever. So we have a lot of pride in that program and how it's turned out, and specifically how many more folks are parking at Foundry and staying. The more people that use that garage, the more realize it's really actually pretty close to town. It's not nearly as far as people think. We get some Google numbers from time to time, and we get inquiries on the garage, directions on the garage. So, and that increases, particularly in the summer. So I just got the report on that. It's actually pretty encouraging. So,
Awesome. Thank you.
Councilor Denton.
Quick comment. I was pleased to see in the capital improvement plan that include the $150,000 per year for electric vehicle charging stations, with $50,000 of it potentially coming from the parking fund. And I just want to encourage you to spend the next year thinking out of the box how you could possibly partner with private entities to get the most chargers with that money.
Any other questions?
Councilor Tabor.
Oh, Councilor Tabor.
I wanted fireworks to go off when you said we're going to finish at 9.4 million.
I planned a grand entrance, but he made me come.
You really low-keyed that.
I have my own Roman numeral.
How many spaces was it that we took away for outdoor dining? I think it was
69?
Oh, it's roughly
About
that, yeah.
69.
69.
Me there. That's last year. I'm on to this year already.
Right. But what's interesting to me is that there were concerns
It's
about
about 9%.
revenue.
It's about 9% of our A zone inventory. So.
Right. And rather than have any decrease in parking revenue, we're on pattern to have 9.4 million, which I think would be a record. So would it be fair to say, based on the data that you have, that we're just making a very attractive downtown and managing our parking inventory well, and when we do that, taking away that number of spaces is really not an issue?
Well, of course, I'm going to say we're managing it well. We're doing great. A lot of it has to do with understanding who our clientele are. About 90 to 95% of our traffic is actually visitor traffic that utilize the parking system. So understanding what those people look for and how to kind of not necessarily cater to them, but to drive their decision making. I think it's huge that we are seeing longer length of stays in the garages. That's long been a hope of mine that we would see, and the program that we introduced really helped with that, and you helped with that, so I appreciate that. To talk about revenues, I got this from Finance Today. It looks like the current July through April versus 2019, we're up 13% over the 2019 number.
Pre-COVID.
And that basically represents we're still about 15% or 20% below on our traffic figures, and the difference between the 2 years, other than that, is stay and pay. And compared to last year, we're up 33%. So through the 10th month.
That's right.
Yeah, 10th month.
Great.
Councilor Bagley.
I just have a comment because Director Fletcher's mentioned this several times. So all the presentations that we got tonight, if you don't have the agenda in front of you, have a bullet point but the parking presentation got a Roman numeral in front of it. So
Thank you. Now I understand.
I thought maybe some people might be wondering what that was in reference to.
I knew who Dave Chappelle was.
I wasn't sure. I was going to get a tattoo, Roman numeral 4.
Any other questions? So, Ben, thank you so much for knowing your numbers, organizing the parking. I would ask, as the data suggests, you stated it's 90% visitor parking here in the downtown, and as we carve out areas for employees to park economically downtown, I'd love to think of ways, especially with the new parking system and the ability to fluctuate rates as we currently do for residents. How do we potentially see more revenue come from some of those tourists and out-of-town residents and reduce some of the rates for the residents so that generally we could potentially increase some of the revenue to bring it in more line with tourist destinations similar to Portsmouth, but not do so on the backs of residents.
Certainly. We've installed a number of softwares and hardwares during my 5 years here. Well, it's been 5 years. And we've gone to pay-by-plate, which means the plate owns the parking session. That allows us to have somebody extend their parking session and use the stay and pay system appropriately. In conjunction with that, we introduced the Park Mobile app in February of 2019. So the Park Mobile app offers a solution that they call a whitelist. It's a common industry term that allows us to put specific license plates on a list, and their interaction with the app becomes different. So anybody that's a resident here that's on the resident list with Park Mobile understands that that group does not pay the 35-cent user fee for either the initial transaction or any extensions on transaction. They also have a 50-cent reduction per hour in parking costs across the board, whether they're parked in A zone or B zone, and it works on street and lots, not in the garages, as we wanted to separate the two. The way to handle what you're looking to do would be to continue that structure of either keeping the residents where they are and then changing the rate that an outside person, the 90 to 95 or more percent would pay, just by raising the rates at the meters, but leaving the rates inside the app the same for the residents. Certainly that would encourage more residents that were qualified to come down, and the number might drop to 90%, but it's already fairly steep. We've got a ton of residents on that. We're proud of the program, that people love using it, and when people do, they always say they finally came down, because you do have to come down with some proof of residency and payment of tax and things of that nature, and we do renew that every couple of years, because when people move to Rye, we want to make sure that they're no longer on the Portsmouth inexpensive parking program. So the way that we already have the infrastructure in place, software and hardware-wise, to perform those tasks. The discussion, we're at the point where we should have that discussion. I did mention that we have a 91% turn, which is the behavior we're looking for, but overarching, we still have a triple-digit occupancy and demand. So we look for 85% occupancy when we decide we're going to take action in the parking industry, and if you're above and beyond 85%, well, then you look for mitigating factors such as pricing to drive traffic to the garages, and that would open up those streets to give you that 85%. You would simultaneously reach both of those goals using the app to keep the residents wherever we decided to, and have all of those goals met at once with that. So it is a good time to have that discussion.
Great. Thank you, Ben.
Yep.
With that, no further questions. I think we are on to public comment. No, the city manager did have everyone stay here, so does anybody want to pull anybody up from the audience and ask a question? No?
How tired are you?
Okay. Well, on to public comment. Thank you, everyone.
Good evening, Rick Beckstead, 1395 Islington Street. I've been following along since you guys had started all of the work session meetings. I came down tonight because When you had the public hearing, it was closed. It wasn't continued on. My fear is that I may not be able to say anything from here on out as a public hearing. This is a public comment session, and I know your practice has been no 3 minutes, just be respectful of the time, and I think there's only a handful of us that are even here. So I just felt it important to come down because we've always gone and continued the public hearing, and it was closed by the mayor. When you hit the gavel, what we would usually do is somebody would make a motion to extend that. I'm hoping that that could be corrected by suspension of the rules of the council to be able to let the public. We've been able to digest over the last week, like you all have, and now that it's complete, now we look at the budget and the books, and we review, and we can watch these meetings again. Things were pointed out, and the public then can point their views. And I guess that's something that I'm hoping that will happen. But watching the meetings in 27 positions, and I watched the school board meeting, I get it to a certain extent. 9 positions here, and just with staff. I guess my biggest thing with the council that I'd like you to keep in mind is that you were elected by the residents of Portsmouth. And I think everybody gets it. I mean, we're all getting it. We're getting it at the grocery store. We're getting it at the gas station. We're about to get it at a reevaluation. Roseanne, I got to know over the last 2 years, especially being mayor, because I got to work with her on some bills that we were proposing for legislation, and we got lucky. We were able to maintain over those last 2 years between an 86 and 110%, so that Roseanne was able to go and work with other municipalities and with the state, and we were able to maintain and level to be able to get us through a pandemic. And we're through the pandemic for the most part. The problem is the recovery after the pandemic. So I compare this as to 2008 with a recession. Again, most people know that I grew up here. I've been through 3 other recessions, the one in 90 when the base closed. I mean, there was another recession that took place in the mid-'80s as well. Keep in mind the simple fact that it's going to take all of us to rebuild. I think your residents, I think your taxpayers are going to have an understanding when it comes to COLA. Everybody has gone and struggled. But at the same time, the last 2 years in the last council, not one person lost a job. Not one person didn't receive their COLA based on the contracts, based on what the living expenses were. And we're here 2 years later, just like your taxpayers and your residents are. But now we're about to go and embark on a $10 million budget increase. It's never happened before.
Not 10 million.
Literally hasn't happened before.
Not 10 million.
So 8 and change. But we were in good times, for the most part, building, expanding. Is this the time that we want to go and expand in such a way? These are positions that are being added. The way that I look at this, and I was going to close with it, but I'm not going to. It's a perfect scenario. To me, it seems that we are moving in a direction to make everyone that we have now jobs easier at the expense of the taxpayer and the residents. So as you move forward through these meetings, keep that in mind. I mean, this reevaluation is going to reshape. I know everybody says the rate goes down when the evaluations go up. This evaluation will determine, and I'm going to literally talk to Councilor Blaylock, who born and raised here, Councilor and Mayor McEachran, the exact same thing. And I'm not disregarding anybody else. If you've been here 5, 10, 20, 30 years, you're all a part of Portsmouth. But you, Mayor McEachran, and you, Councilor Blaylock, are going to lose, literally lose, people that grew up here, that you grew up with, that I grew up with, people that were born here, people that have family on that board that were mayors and served in this council for the 400 years that we've all been here. They're going to be gone. And we've lost so many. And Councilor Blaylock, I know that you know that we've lost so many. This reevaluation in this budget is going to determine who stays in Portsmouth and who doesn't. And not just the ones that have been here long term. I've talked with young families that bought here 3, 4, 5 years ago. They can no longer live. When the bank goes and gives an assessment as far as what your mortgage is going to be and what you can afford to pay, they do an assessment on what your income is. And after a 3 or 4 year period of being in Portsmouth, they can't meet that criteria anymore, which means a family with kids of 3 or 4 years that were able to purchase a home and be able to partake in our great community and our schools now have to leave because they can't afford it. The taxes are too high. And renters, this is going to go and attack renters. Councilor Denton, you know exactly what I'm talking about. Keep that in mind. These positions, whether they be half-year starts, which is something that the police and the fire go and look into, let's see what happens. I mean, we are on the verge, literally, of a recession, and a recession that no one had. The difference between 2008 and what we have now is over the last 2 years, and we are going to be able to have stipends, this ARPA fund money, which we didn't have in 08. We had to do this for ourselves. Let's be responsible. That ARPA fund money will run out. These positions that are going to be created are going to have to be filled sooner or later. Please. Residents and taxpayers are the ones that put you in place. They're not here tonight, not because it was a 4.5 meeting, I swear to God, it wasn't. And I watched 2 hours of this before I came down, and I partook in the last 2. But literally, they don't see it. It's not in front of them. But the reevaluation is going to be your first step and your first hurdle. And by God, Roseanne will take it by the chin for this entire city. I've seen her do it. When that reevaluation comes out, and then when those tax bills are out just before Christmas, it's going to have a dramatic impact. And what you are about to do over the next few weeks and what the city manager and staff is going to be asking you to do has to be taken into consideration. Your first priority is to the residents and the taxpayers of Portsmouth. And that's it. I am going to follow along. I'm hoping that there will be a continuation of a public hearing. That's a simple motion by anybody, was seconded, and then I don't think it's a majority, Bob, but I think a majority vote, I don't think you need 2/3. So those are my thoughts for now, and thank you very much. It's been educational, and I hope you all enjoy the rest of your night. Thank you.
Thank you, Rick.
Good late evening. Peter Huda, 280 South Street. I'm speaking to you tonight with the knowledge of a former counselor and as a residential taxpayer. The FY23 budget of $10 million proposed by the city manager is the largest year-over-year increase that Portsmouth has ever seen. I went back 15 years plus. There has been nothing even close to a $10 million increase. Especially when the increase of population in the last 2 years, per the reports that came out from Portsmouth, is 342 new residents. At this point in time, when the residential taxpayers are also facing all the residual of COVID, inflation, and a residential revaluation, and a known shift in the property valuation away from commercial property to residential properties, is this really the time to put a large increase like this in? We, in the past 2 years, we as a city council, and we as residential taxpayers have stepped up to help the business community out on the backs of the residential taxpayers. The last 2 years I'm struggling to understand why in the last 2 years the budget has been at 123. We've gone up 10 million. And you're asking us for the same amount, you're going to provide the same amount of services for the same price. Just like the businesses in the city, the residents have also suffered through the long pandemic, but I am also aware that of the large inflows that came into the business community, that came into the city. We've had CARES Act funds, we've had
Main Street funds. We've also had ARPA funds that are coming into businesses and support the city. Residential taxpayers got $1,400. In FY20, we told the taxpayers in order to maintain the same services, they would need to step up with a budget of $118.6 million. In FY19, it was $19.1 million. Last year, it was $123.2 million. Each of these years, we had a surplus. Surpluses do not go back to the taxpayers. They go back into the general fund. And the budget comes up again next year. Taxpayers happily fund anything you ask for. And in the last couple of years, it was hard, but they did it. So as a residential taxpayer, I'm struggling to understand why at this point in time, when your residential taxpayers have stepped up for the last 2 years and basically given up a lot, why you're going to put this burden back on them again when they didn't receive the same benefits from the federal funds, from the state funds, or even from the city. So, in closing, I'd like to say this council will have the choice to be remembered as the council that has moved forward with the $10 million increase, the largest ever, or it has stood back and looked at and supported the Portsmouth residents and taxpayers. Thank you.
Thank you, Petra.
Good late evening, everyone. Esther Kennedy, 41 Pickering Ave. And I just wanted to basically ask a couple questions. One, about the charging stations. I have done a little research on that, and I don't understand why we're putting any money in it at all. Why aren't, like many communities, they having private investors do the charging stations? And, you know, I go back to the history of fueling vehicles with energy. No community, we don't pay for gasoline. So why are we paying for electricity as residents and as citizens? So I would encourage us to reach out. I heard from a dealership that if they have electric cars, there's even programs for communities to go through those dealerships to get charging stations in their community so that they can take those cars into their community, and so that their people have more access, which means people will buy them. So I guess I'm really perplexed why we're doing that when there seems to be a lot of other avenues to get charging station. Another question I have is the chamber. Now we know there's money in the budget for the chamber, and we heard from Nancy's replacement, thank you, about, you know, his actions and what he wants to do. And as a small business owner, I've said numerous times that it would be really nice for the city to organize a small business group. The chamber tends to go to bigger businesses. And I get it, they're a for-profit organization and they're looking for bigger profits. And I'm not going to give a lot of profits, and many of you that have small businesses here are not big profit margin people that are going to give a lot of profits to an organization like that, because you have to, it's by the number of employees and whatnot. So I would encourage the city to look, as you're budgeting, into how you're going to support some small businesses. One of the things I've learned is that a lot of them are struggling downtown still, and not necessarily our restaurants. We seem to promote the restaurants quite well, but a lot of our small independent stores that sell gifts and crafts and kitchen utensils and candles are having a little bit of difficulty. So I would encourage us to look at that as a city and see how we can support our small businesses and maybe form a small business group. My next question is our IT positions. I've had the privilege of sitting here for 2, now 3 nights and listening to people speak. I heard from the police department that they really don't want anything to do with the city IT. They want to do their own because they feel they have to because of their new programs and security and whatnot. I heard from the school department they do their own IT. Working in a school, I would agree. We like Google Classrooms. We like our Chromebooks. And I'm not so sure that that's something you'd have at a city. So I guess my question is, maybe we need one person to kind of orchestrate and organize everyone and kind of figure out what's going on, which I thought Alan Brady, that was his position, so I must have been mistaken on that. But I think the other positions I really question. And one of the reasons I question them is when you have someone that's in a system, they need a lot of training in IT to keep up. However, when you contract, you can contract the latest and greatest people. You can contract those people that might know the new system that you're going to purchase or the new connection you might want with that computer system. So I guess I would look in security in particular. So I guess my question is, do we really need 6 people? Because I agree with Rick and Petra. You have a lot of money in this budget. Now I know we heard 10 million. I saw the city manager's reaction, so we must be wrong on that. But I know, according to the paper, it's $133 million. And I also know that Petra and I spent a lot of time when we were on council trying to keep it low. And what I heard from a couple people tonight was that they kept it low and they didn't get everything they needed. However, I'm perplexed with that statement because so far we've given $4.1 million we haven't spent. So half of the budget didn't even get spent this year that you guys are asking for. So if the $4.1 million, which is in the plan that I saw online, hasn't been spent, then my question is, where did people lose? Where did they lose this year? I know I got my services met. I trash. We heard about garbage pickup. That happened. I know I got my streets plowed very nicely. And I also know that people could get to and from schools. Our schools seem to do quite well given the pandemic. I am a little worried that I heard last night about our kindergarten classes being low and our population there. But I guess I have to ask, what is driving these excessive costs during a time when you all said and ran on affordable housing and making the city affordable to live? I stood next to you when you were saying that. And yet you're creating a budget this high. You never started off by giving the city where you were at. I know I got criticized a lot on some of those social medias that many of you were on over asking for 0%, at least starting there and seeing where we could go. But this council never gave a starting point. So the city came to you, and being someone in public administration, I get it. If no one gives me a parameter, I'm going to ask for everything I want. And maybe go to the gold when really I should be at the bronze. So I encourage you, as you process what we've witnessed for the last 3 nights, and I know we have a couple more to go, to think about how you are going to help our citizens and make sure it is affordable to live here. Do we really need 23.3 new positions? And what is going to happen when we have these new assessments? And I don't wish that on anyone. My last thing is the skateboard park. As you know, I was a big supporter of that, and I am a little concerned. I've been in contact with Councilor Blaylock back and forth. I am a little concerned that I sat at a meeting last week and found out that a contract was getting signed here some point soon here. And there's no money in the budget for this coming year. Now, I get the CIP for the big portion of it, but I also realize they're still going to have to do some evaluation, and there's nothing there. Now, as I said to Councilor Blaylock, if you would like to bring money forward next year during your time, you have that right, and I'm hoping you do. But I have to question, because I know it won't be completed by June 30th, why there isn't any funding in there. At least $100,000, maybe $200,000 to finish it out. And I understand the CIP for the budget, or for the skateboard park. I want to thank you all for your time. I want you all to think about how we're going to make sure that we do have an affordable Portsmouth, and how's the best way to get there. And do we really need all these positions? Thank you.
Thank you, Esther. Any other speakers? Well, with that, we'll just a couple of comments as we close out. I want to thank all the city staff that was with here, almost close to 5 hours. I could go on for 10 minutes to make it an even 5 hours, but I won't. I also agree with the speakers. You know, it would be historic if we were passing a budget that was $10 million over last year, but we're not. What is in front of us is an increase of 6.78, just for the folks following at home, and that is about 5.37%. And there is currently $200,000 in this year's budget for the design work on the skate park. I know that's come up a bunch, but want to just highlight again that this is in this current year's budget, and the CIP is next year. So look forward to getting that. And for anybody still paying attention, my daughter got a skateboard, so I look forward to her hopefully not breaking her arm. But and it's hard to have a public comment. It's limited in what we can do in a public comment. Understand that. But that's why we are having public dialogue sessions next Thursday. Again, 5:30 at the middle school, and then 7:30 at the 7 o'clock at Fire Station 2 and the Senior Center. So you can have a discussion. We can have a back and forth. Wasn't my intention to shut down public comment, but we'll bring that back if I have to make a motion at Monday's meeting. So ample time to hear more about this. And again, appreciate everybody coming out for the discussion, and those that have followed at home. Look forward to the next part of this, which is Tuesday? Next Wednesday. And since we won't have a budget meeting tomorrow night when the Celtics push it to Game 7, go Celtics, and stay safe, Portsmouth.